Hello, and welcome to this, our 179th live stream. Remember that time I took a day off? Me neither. We want to welcome you to this Friday's live stream, where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We have a full lineup so far, and it's looking really good. Even though my monitor crashed for a moment. We'll get that back. Okay, that's back. There we go. All right, we're back in business. Cool. Okay. You just disappeared? Oh. Yeah, YouTube's doing some strange stuff here at the moment. So, we'll keep an eye on this, because we don't want you guys to disappear on us, and we don't want to disappear on you. So, channel business, again. We want to encourage you to sign up for our Egypt in the Bible tour if you're at all interested. It's going to be a fantastic time. We are going to go through Egypt, essentially travel Egypt, and we'll explain how the Egyptian sites relate to the biblical narrative. So it's going to be an exciting time. The link to sign up is in the description. So if you're at all interested, please do sign up. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be a fun time. No wild chariot races, though, okay? Okay, just no ox carts rampages. And I will not be smashing pots. The Egyptian authorities frown on that. Okay, so the rules of the live stream are the same as always. Super chats have priority. If you want to ask a non-super chat question, which we do take, you have to put a Q and a colon in front of your question. No Q, no colon, we don't see it, doesn't exist. Okay? We also, if you post a non-super chat, only post it once. If you post it more than once, we disqualify it. Okay? This prevents question spamming. Also, if you are quoting a verse from the Bible, something from the Bible, we do need a reference. So give us the book, the chapter, and the verse. This saves us a lot of time hunting it down. Also, if you sponsor Super Chat, which we do allow, we ask that you copy the question in the Super Chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. And also, one other thing, one question per Super Chat. This stacking of many questions into one super chat is confusing, and it just doesn't work very well. So one question per super chat. Okay? So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. I'm going to start the night with some non-super chats here. And our first non-super chat here is going to be from Chow Yi. And he asks, how literate was 1st century Judea and what evidence do we have for it? Okay. There's actually a fair amount of evidence of literacy in 1st century Judea. It happened to be one of the higher points of literacy in the ancient world. One of the things we have to understand about literacy in general in the ancient world is it's not a steady climb. It goes on peaks and falls, okay? There are times when societies are more literate than others. And 1st century Judea was a Roman province. It had libraries. There is evidence of Greek ostraca being written and found all over the place. So it does seem to be that there was a high level of literacy at the time of the 1st century. Some of this was driven by religious imperatives. Some of this was driven by personal piety. Some of it was just because they were a crossroads and had to communicate with people in various languages. So the amount of people who were polyglots was also on an all-time high for the area. So there's lots of evidence for literacy in the 1st century Judea, okay? And not everyone was literate, and no one would even claim that everyone was literate, because there's no one, you don't get 100% literacy in any society, okay? But you do get more literacy in Judea in the first century than you would have in previous centuries. So it's a comparative thing, okay? But as I said, we got lots of evidence of Greek ostraca. We've got lots of evidence of personal copies of manuscripts. So there's sufficient evidence to show that at least there was some modicum of literacy that was, say, greater during the first century. And as I said, public libraries. Public libraries were a thing. You don't have public libraries where people don't read. Okay? It's just one of those things. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Next question here is from Darkblade, and he asks, how do you respond to alleged inaccuracies in the relationship that the Table of Nations assigns, having the Elamites under Shem or the Hittites under Canaan? Okay, well, we have to understand that the Table of Nations is not a biological descent. It's ethnography. What ethnography is a kind of reception history. So the Israelites are surrounded by these nations. So what they're doing is they're trying to categorize in moral terms how these nations sort of fit together. So these nations come upon them. They are trying to make sense of what it is in terms of their moral and ethical frameworks, and assigning them categories. And this is called ethnography. It's not meant to be scientific. It's not meant to be genetic. It's not biological descent. It's a reception history kind of descent. Okay? So this is just how we have to take the Table of Nations. It's not in any way meant to be read literally. And I think a lot of people make the mistake of trying to read the Table of Nations as being a guideline of how these nations descended from one another. And it's not meant to be that at all. So once you understand that it's ethnography, it makes sense. Okay? So that's how I would respond to this. Thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helps. The third non-super chat is also from Darkblade. And he asks, could an Exodus mythicist use Exodus 7:18-21 to suggest that the author thought Egyptians would have normally drank from the Nile, indicating that he didn't know of its general non-potable sewage nature, and thus was unfamiliar what it was like to live in Egypt? Okay, let's pull up the Bible here. Go to Exodus 7, verses 18-21. Okay. And the fish that are in the Nile will die, and the Nile will become foul, and the Egyptians will find it difficult in drinking water from the Nile. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, take your staff and stretch it out over the hands of the waters of Egypt, and over the rivers, and over the streams, and over the pools, and over all the reservoirs of water, that they may become blood, and there shall be blood throughout all the land, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. All right. So Moses and Aaron did even as the Lord had commanded. They lifted up the staff and struck the water that was in the Nile, in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, and all the water that was in the Nile was turned to blood. And the fish that were in the Nile died, and the Nile became foul, so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile, and the blood was through all the land of Egypt. Okay, now we got to get a few things straight here about what's the Nile. Okay, now it is kind of a sewage river. It's Africa's toilet. Okay, all that's true. By the time the water gets down the Nile, it doesn't smell like sewage. Okay, there are Egyptians that drank from the Nile. Okay, some did drink from the Nile. Some drank from wells. Some drank beer. Okay, this is a class distinction. So the lower classes did drink from the Nile, and still do to this day. Yeah, you wouldn't think that people would do that today, but they do. In fact, when 2 times ago, 2019, when I was in Egypt, I was taking the boat across the Nile, the ferry, at Thebes, and I saw some guy at the edge of the Nile brushing his teeth with Nile water. Okay, so there are still people in Egypt who drink from the Nile. This is an entirely a class thing. You know, if you are living in a village, you're probably a little better off than somebody who lives in the city. So you have access to filters, water filters. Now the filters never get changed; they're just as disgusting, almost as disgusting as the river itself, but it's not quite as bad. So, yeah, as a foreigner, don't drink from the filtered water either. Okay, the public filters. Okay, there's public filters. Public filtered water. Don't drink from those because they never change the filters. Okay, but you still have people today who are drinking from the Nile, and this is again a class distinction. And you had people drinking from the Nile back then too. In fact, everybody did this. Okay? Even Pharaoh did this in cases. Okay, when Pharaoh went to bathe in the Nile, you know, he would have to take natron, put it in his mouth, basically wash his mouth with natron, spit it out, and then take water from the Nile, and then rinse his mouth out. So everybody drank some amount, or a good portion of people, from upper classes to the various lowest classes, drank to the Nile in some respect. Okay, so this would not be a good defeater of the Exodus, because people did do this and still do this. So I hope this helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the fourth non-super chat here is from Gaius Octavius. And he asks, are the Arabs we know today the descendants of Ishmael, or at least a cadet branch of the Ishmaelites? If not, when the idea first began to gain traction in Jewish and Christian circles? Okay. The Arabs of today are not related to the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites were driven out of Midian somewhere around the 10th century and replaced with Arabic tribes from the eastern Arabian Peninsula. Okay, so they're not actually related in any way. Now, when did this begin to gain traction? With the Quran. Okay, the Quran is what introduced this idea. This is Islamic theology. It is Islamic theology that the Arabs were descended from the Ishmaelites. They're not in any way related, but this is a theological proposition that was proposed by Muhammad. So that's the source of it. That's where it comes from. Basically, Christians have just picked up this idea from Islamic theology. Okay? So, yeah, the Arabs are in no way related to the Ishmaelites. They're going to move up. After they're driven out of Midian, they're going to move up into the Jordan area. So that's where this comes from. It comes from the Quran. So I encourage Christians not to repeat this, because it is Islamic theology. It's not Christian theology. It's not found in Torah. It's not found in any of the books of the Bible. It's just not. It's not good. It's not good. Archaeology. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Jimmy the Jew from Philly. Wow. So the Muslims that gave me such crap for calling us all fake Jews are not even Ishmaelites? Yikes. Yeah, they're not even Ishmaelites. Yeah, they're something else. Okay, they're a Semitic group of wandering people from, say, the eastern Arabian Peninsula. That's where they originate. Okay, we'll do one more non-super chat, and then we'll get to the super chats here, which is from Tim Miara. And he asks, what's your response to a young earth creationist argument saying, quote, if physical death was not a consequence of sin, then Jesus didn't need to die and rise physically? I think they've got a very, very poor definition here of death. That's what I think. Death of the body is just one kind of death. It's just one kind of death. And it's not even the most important death. Not even the most important kind of death in the fall. Death is separation. Now, separation of body and soul is a kind of death. But there's a lot of other kinds of deaths that are mentioned in Genesis 3. And by example, more than anything else, man becomes separated from God. That's probably the most important kind of death. That's the most important separation in Genesis 3. It's not that man physically died. His separation from God is the most important kind of death that is in Genesis 3. You also had, though, separation from nature, separation from your spouse, separation from your children, separation from the divine in general. You know, we can't just call up angels anymore and say, hey, Gabriel, how's it going, bud? So even our connection to the divine has been cut off by death. Death proliferates, it expands, and it causes all kinds of separation. Separation of, say, you from your own integrity and your own psychic, your own mentality. You know, the sort of split personality that mankind often has. That's a kind of death too. So there's lots of kinds of death that are proliferating. And I think that the young earth creationist argument here is really shows how parochial and narrow their interpretive view is. So just because, on the assumption that physical death was not the direct consequence of human sin, doesn't ameliorate all the other kinds of death that were caused by human sin. The ones that are more serious. You know, frankly, if you're separated from God, doesn't matter if you get a new body, you're eternally lost. You've got the second death hanging over you. That's the big death. You know, the death of the body, that's the little death. The big death, separation from God, eternally. That's the one to be scared of. That's the one to be concerned about. So I think this puts the emphasis in the wrong place. And it shows, as I said, how parochial and how Sunday schoolish their reading of the text really is here. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It was a great question, and I hope that helps. Slammer and says, death means death, Dr. Falk. Means a lot of other things too. Okay, let's get to the super chats. Our first super chat of the night is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, in Matthew 21:44, what's the difference between falling on the stone versus being crushed? Okay, let's pull that up. And Matthew 21:44. Okay. And he who falls on the stone will be broken into pieces. And this is where we get the crushed from. But on whomever it falls, it will scatter him like dust. Okay. The term for fall here is pipto. Okay. So there's two kinds of falling here. There's one where one object falls upon a bigger object and is dashed to pieces. And the other one where the big object falls on the little object and gets pulverized to dust. So there's two kinds of fall here. Okay? So it's reminiscent of a certain thing that happened sometimes among the Pharisees, which was to take those who blasphemed to the pinnacle of the temple, throw them over the edge, and have them hit the rock below. Okay? The effect is the same, whether you're being dropped from a height or whether a stone is being dropped on you. You're both going to be crushed. So that's sort of the idea here, is that there's this understanding here where if you reject the kingdom of God and you reject the cornerstone, that you're going to have some issues, whether you're going to fall on it or it's going to fall on you. You can't escape it. Okay? So there, Jack. We won't talk about the crushing in Daniel's time. Okay. Nobody is comfortable with that one. So that's what's going on here, is that the difference is just more or less what aspect you're coming in from. Whether you're falling on the rock, which is not great, or whether the rock's falling on you, also not great. So yeah, either one you want to avoid. Okay, that's the point here, is that either one is, whether it's done intentionally by you being throwing off for blasphemy, or whether it's from neglect, which is the latter. So the idea here is, if you're being thrown onto the rock, it's because you've done something blasphemous. If the rock's fallen on you, it's because you're negligent. So that's how he's talking to the priests and the Pharisees here, is that, hey, you guys got the law. You can either, if you're blasphemy, okay, you blaspheme the law, that's what happens. You get thrown on the rock. If you are negligent of what the law says, then the rock falls on you. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next super chat here is from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How did Jonah pray to Yahweh if he was in Sheol dead? Well, he was still conscious. Let's go to Jonah. Jonah chapter 2. Jonah chapter 2. Okay. We'll start with verse 17 of the previous chapter. And the Lord appointed a great fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the stomach of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord, his God, from the stomach of the fish. Okay, so at the beginning of the prayer, he's still in the stomach of the fish. And he said, I called out of my distress to the Lord, and he answered. I cried, and he answered me. I cried for help from the depth of Sheol. Thou didst hear my voice. So what's going on is he's starting his prayer in the fish as he's being swallowed, and he's continuing it in Sheol. Okay? When you're dead, you're still conscious. You still think. You can still pray. That's possible in Sheol. And that's what Jonah is doing here. He's starting it in the belly of the fish. He's continuing this prayer as he passes away, and continues it into Sheol. So that's how he can do this. And then the Lord will do whatever the Lord wants to do, because the Lord is sovereign. The Lord is sovereign and he does what he wants. He's a funny God that way. He takes being God seriously. Who would figure? Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, so it's up to then God to decide what he wants to do. You know, Jonah prayed in the fish, and then he died, and he continued to pray in Sheol. And then the Lord said, okay, we're going to pop you out after 3 days. And then you're going to Nineveh. Just because you spent 3 days in the belly of the whale with all those gastric juices doesn't get you out of going to Nineveh. You're still going to Nineveh. You should have just gone along with the program to begin with. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray, just when you think it's over, God keeps bringing you back in. Yep. Hey, just look what happened to Samuel. Okay, let's get to the super chats. Next super chats here. Okay, we got one here from Tim Miara. And he asks a member question. How high should making an interlinear Bible rank on a to-do list of those who translate Christian literature into other native languages? Well, the fact is that for those who translate Christian literature into other languages, their first priority is always going to be a reader's copy of the Bible. That's always going to be their first priority. Before they do anything else, that's what they're going to do. Is they're going to translate the Greek and Hebrew texts into the native language that they are doing it. Okay? That's always the top priority. After they got a translation of the Bible, then they can start working on other resources. Some of them will do literature that helps to understand the Bible. I think an interlinear Bible ranks pretty low for most Christian translators, just because in places where, say, people are still doing these kinds of translations, there's usually also not a high amount of Greek and Hebrew readers. Okay, so Anthropos Conrape says interlinear Bibles would perhaps be in the luxury tier. Yeah, and I think that's about correct. I think that's about it. They do it is in that tier of say nice to haves, but they're really even not all that great for people who are awash in, say, literature. Okay. They're okay, but a lot of people will look at an interlinear and think they understand what's happening in the Greek from the English, when that's really not a great way to understand the Greek. I myself don't use interlinears, okay, and I haven't used an interlinear since I went to seminary. So I think before I went to seminary was the last time I used an interlinear. Yeah, I just pick up the Greek and read that instead. So, it's not, if the people know Greek already, it's really the interlinear Bibles are one of those things that sort of fills a gap. It's meant to fill a gap between those who don't know Greek but want something a little deeper than just their native language. So I wouldn't put it at a very high level of importance. Is my thought on this. Okay, so Tim, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the member question. We really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Damon for $2. Thank you very much. And he says, this is for my second question, and thanks. Well, thank you for the super chat. He asks, any good book recommendations on Ramses III? No. Okay. There's one biography on Ramses III, and that was written by Eric Klein and David O'Connor. Now, David O'Connor is really, really a good Egyptologist. He's one of the best. Okay? The problem was, it was written like the year O'Connor died. So it's very, very unlikely that O'Connor actually contributed much to the book at all. And he was already very elderly at the time. So it looks like one of those situations where Eric Klein wrote the book and O'Connor attached his name to it. So I don't think there are many Egyptologists that would recommend that book. But it's really the only book out there for Ramses III. Also, too, a lot of scholarship has gone under the bridge, too, since that book was published in 2012. So, I wouldn't recommend it. So, there's a need for a new book on Ramses III. Absolutely, there's a need for it. Nobody's done it yet. Okay? So, and I really can't... Eric Klein is a great author. Okay? He's a great author in his particular field, which is Syria-Palestine. But he's not an Egyptologist. So I would really... his book on the late Bronze Age collapse was really good. Okay, his book on that was really good. A little overstated in some places, but it was overall very good. His stuff on Egypt is not so great. Okay, so that's what I would say is the one for Ramses III. Not really. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next question here is from AT Ministries from 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was homosexual in-law marriage legal in Egypt? In-law marriage was. Okay, you could marry your in-laws in Egypt. So, if your brother could marry your wife's sister, that was totally legal in Egypt. You could marry an in-law. This is legal in California, yeah, too. Yeah. You could, if your wife passed away, you could marry her sister. That was legal. Totally legal in Egypt. She's creating back in spiritology for life. Yeah, probably. So yeah, in-law marriage was legal in Egypt. A homosexual marriage was not considered to be a marriage in Egypt. Okay, we got to be very clear about that. That marriage in Egypt was for the purposes of procreation. Okay, it very much was for that purpose. And it was a common cause of divorce when a Egyptian marriage could not produce offspring. So the idea of, this is not to say there wasn't homosexual relations in Egypt. There were. Okay? But it wasn't seen as marriage. It was more seen like fooling around. Okay? So the Egyptians did have this sort of separation between marriage and sex. They did have that separation. So people could have those kind of relationships in Egypt, but they weren't considered to be marriage. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. how should we understand the begottenness of Christ? Okay, I think one of the best ways is to actually start here with Greek, which is when it talks about Christ being begotten, it generally uses the term monogenes. Okay, now pre-Oxyrhynchus Greek, we're talking Greek before 1870s. Okay, before all the discoveries of that beautiful papyrus at Oxyrhynchus, people were looking at Greek as sort of this magical language that just sort of fell out of the sky. Okay? So when they looked at the term monogenes, they thought, oh, one gene. Okay, one origin. So, it was interpreted, monogenes was interpreted as begotten. So it was understood that pre-Oxyrhynchus, that the begottenness of Christ was he was begotten in sort of a genetic sense. Okay? Now, post-Oxyrhynchus, we understand now that it's not monogeneo, it's monogenes, and that is a different thing. It's a one species. So it's in that sense, it means unique. So here's what we're going to talk about here, is that when we talk about the begottenness of Christ, when we understand this post-Oxyrhynchus, we're really having to come to terms with the fact that Christ is unique, not begotten in that sort of procreative sense. So when we look at, say, the declaration of Christ as being the only begotten Son of the Father in per Psalm chapter 2, it then becomes that understanding that it's declarative. Christ is, the pre-incarnate Christ is presented before the angels, and the Father declares, "This is my Son." So it becomes not so much a procreative process, it becomes a declaration. A declaration and a way of just showing, hey, this is going to be someone who's really unique. And if you want to see this in really excruciating detail, go to Hebrews chapter 1. And Hebrews chapter 1 is going to spell this out. To whom of the angels did I say, "This is my Son, today I've made you unique"? So that's where this is going to get really spelled out in excruciating detail. It's in Hebrews chapter 1. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you again for the super chat. Why was Elijah replaced and assumed? Okay. We're not really told, but we're told that he plays a role in end days prophecy. God needed a chess partner. All right, Malachi, chapter 4, verse 5. Okay, so this is almost at the end of the book here. And we are told in verse 5, "Behold, I'm going to send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and terrible day of the Lord. And he will restore the hearts of the fathers to their children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the land with a curse." Okay. What is the great and terrible day of the Lord? This is the great wedding feast of the Lamb, also called the great winepress of the Lord, or the great squish. Okay? This is where the angels go and collect the wicked, put them in one place, and go squish. Okay? And then the birds of the air come and they feast. Okay? It's not pretty. Okay? This is the great and terrible day of the Lord. So, Elijah has been taken up and he's being put on the bench. Okay? He's being put on the bench until he's needed for the A team. And when it comes to that final last quarter of the game, he's going to be taken from the bench and he's going to be scoring goals for the kingdom. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So that's what's happening. Is we're not exactly told why, but he's being put on reserve for some last day stuff. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Does John 1:1 say the word was God or God was the word? All right, now let's bring up our Book of John here. And we'll go here to our Greek, because this is a Greek question. This is highlighted in blue is the text in question. Theos hen ho logos. Okay? Now, both words are in the nominative case. So this is one of those kind of weird situations where you have two subjects. So now, in Greek, the word was God is the same as God was the word. You can replace that was with an equal sign. Okay? In the Greek, it means exactly the same thing. It doesn't matter. The word order here doesn't matter. Okay? It could read henologos theos. It could read hologos hen theos. It means all the exact same in the Greek. Word order doesn't matter in Greek. It matters in English. Okay? And this is where the things get interesting, because this is an English problem. It's not a Greek problem. Now, the fact that theos is anarthrous. Anarthrous here means it doesn't have the definite article. Okay? Means of one of two things. It is either qualitative or it is a one of many kinds. Now, here's the thing. Because of how this works in the nominative case, okay? Theos is in the nominative case. It cannot be a god. Okay? Because it would have to then go into the accusative case to become a god. But because it is in the nominative case, it has to be qualitative. So it's the text is literally saying, if we were to translate this into the English, the word was the God, qualitative. Okay? And Daniel Wallace has a very large section on his Greek exegesis book on this. And that's where I turn you towards for more information on this translation. But I agree with Wallace here. Wallace is correct. And while it doesn't really matter in Greek, the word was God is a better rendering in English. Okay? Just because words order does matter in English. Doesn't matter in Greek, but matters in English. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Wallace has a book on John 1:1. No, he doesn't have a book on John 1:1. He's got this 600-page manual on Greek exegesis. This is what advanced students in Greek get as a standard textbook. It goes into all the various interpretations of Greek grammar. It's a manual on exegesis, and it's massive. He's got two Greek exegesis books. He's got a concise one, and he's got a expansive one. I know you'll find this in the expansive one, because that's the copy I used, was the expansive one. Yeah, Greek grammar, that's the one. Greek grammar beyond the basics, an exegetical syntax of the New Testament with scripture, subject, and Greek word indices. Yeah. That's the book. And yeah, beyond the basics, that he's not kidding there. Yeah, way beyond the basics. Yeah. Darkblade asks, can Amy take an accusative in the first place? Sure can. Yeah, sure can take an accusative. There's no problem with it taking an accusative. That's just a different sort of but then you're talking about a different grammatical structure at that point. Because once you put that in the accusative, it's no longer a dual nominative. It means something else at that point. But sure, it can do that. Okay. Next super chat here is 18 Ministers from 199. Thank you for the super chat. Where's the idea of Pokemon being demonic come from? Fundamentalism. That's where it comes from. Now, okay, Pokemon is not without its problems, but being inspired from demons is not one of them. There is some question about whether or not it's gambling. And the answer is probably, yeah, it's probably gambling. Pikachu, that little devil, Francis Dawes. Yeah. It's not demonic. Okay, it's just like the idea that Pokemon is demonic is ridiculous. Okay. Mm-hmm. So 18 Ministries, like, what is their argument? Well, these are magical creatures. They're magical creatures, and they look kind of evil and twisted and Pikachu.
Yeah, Dawson, just like D.
Yeah, Dosman nails it here, just like D&D. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Or Jack Ray, like Tolkien's writing. Yeah, there's still fundamentalists out there who will say Tolkien's writing is totally evil because Gandalf is a wizard and does magic. It's just like, come on, really, really. So, Dossman, Tolkien was banned in some churches. It still is. Still's banned in some churches. So, yeah, I don't get it. I don't honestly get it. I think it's um you find this. I think one of the things where you find this more is among churches that sort of practice nudist scripture too. You do see this a lot more among those who deprecate reading in general. Those who hold to nudist scriptura think that you shouldn't read anything other than the Bible. So you do tend to get this more from, say, Campbellite churches. So that you do tend to get this a little more from there. But yeah. Harry Stark says Gandalf was partially inspired by the angel who let Peter out of prison, according to Tolkien. Oh yeah, it's replete with Catholic theology, and I have no problem with that. I think that's totally fine. I think Tolkien, the philosophy of Tolkien is very much about order and ontology. And it's really uses a biblical ontology. Humans are meant to live in cities, and they thrive best in cities. Elves are meant to live in forests and thrive best in forests. Dwarves are meant to dwell in mines and do best in mines. So it's a matter of, this is part and parcel to Tolkien's philosophy. So, and the angels, the Maiar, are sent to help mankind, to guide mankind, and the other races of Middle Earth. So I don't get this whole thing. So it strikes me as a knee jerk reaction and not terribly rational. Okay, so let's go to the next one here. AT Ministries here for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who conquered Tyre aside from Greece and Babylon? The Sea Peoples. Sea Peoples had several goes at Tyre. Okay, they didn't do it just once, but they tried it several times, and that's just because the Sea Peoples, found something opportunistic there to sort of predate upon. So yeah, there's been it hasn't been just Tyre and Babylon. It's been also say local predatory groups as well. So uh Jack Ray, that didn't Tyre quickly when going after Tyre. Nope. Dossman, if I was a Sea People, I would sure take Tyre. Yeah. 18 Ministries, but Sea Peoples are Greeks. Yes, they're also Anatolians. Um, so, but you had two kinds of Greeks. Okay, you had the early ones. The Sea Peoples are kind of your earlier Greeks, but then you had the later ones too, the Macedonians. So when we generally talk about the Greek invasion of Tyre, we're talking more or less the Macedonian invasion of Tyre. So you have the Babylonian one in the 5th century. You've got some local predatory Sea People sort of hanging around looking for something to pillage. They're going to go after Tyre, and then you're going to have the Macedonian, and they're going to finish the job. So, because the Sea Peoples don't go away, they don't just disappear after the Bronze Age. They're still hanging around well into the Iron Age. I like that. These Sea People sound like they hang out around gas stations too late. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. That's about it. Got it in one, Dossman. Yeah, they're the no good punks that hang around the gas stations too late at night. Okay. So, that covers that super chat. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99, and this is a two-part question, so thank you also for the second one as well. He asks, when I asked what's the difference between being wrong and heresy, I meant in a religious context. I know we say heresy affects salvation, but how do we know what points actually denote heresy? I think some things are heresy fall into line of who can truly know. Okay. Scholars will sometimes categorize religious beliefs into 3 categories. Okay? And this might be helpful, this might not, but we'll try to give this a go. You have orthodox beliefs. Okay? These are the beliefs that are held by the church documents, the ecclesiae, the clergy. These are the official teachings of the church. Okay? And these are the unimpeachable, basically the ones you sort of are willing to die on a hill for. Okay, these are your beliefs like your Trinity, salvation by grace through faith, fall, the resurrection, the second coming, etc. Okay, those are your die on the hill beliefs. And those are what's called orthodox beliefs. Now, there's the ones that are deny those beliefs, and they're called heretical. And we talk about these frequently. Okay, and they're essentially basically a complete denial of said beliefs. Okay, and examples of heretical beliefs include tritheism, the idea that God is not one God in 3 persons, but are 3 separate gods. That's a heretical belief because it denies the Trinity. Another one would be, say, denying the resurrection. That would be another heretical belief. Now, there's some beliefs that sort of sit in the middle between heresy and orthodoxy. And those are called aberrant beliefs. Okay? They're not full on heretical, but they're also not full on orthodox. They sit kind of in that nether region, that gray area of, yeah, we could debate this. It's probably not correct, but it won't send you to hell either if you believe this. Okay? And there are some beliefs that are basically, say, aberrant, but they're not heretical. And they're not orthodox either. This is sort of things where, you're kind of pushing the envelope a little too far. So those beliefs do exist as well. Now, trying to think of one off the top of my head is another matter. Can you think of an aberrant belief that's not completely heretical, but yeah, yeah. I mean, there's and in the case of aberrant beliefs, these are wrong in all likelihood. They're wrong beliefs, but they're not also, say, ones that are going to really materially affect your Dr. Goff. Linguist Ammo, you raised a boy, yeah, that one's weird.
Immaculate conception is that's a
Yeah. Oh, but one is okay. Yeah. Immaculate conception isn't. Well, that's the Immaculate Conception of Mary. Okay, that's what it's meant by Immaculate Conception. Yes, that would be aberrant. Okay, that would be aberrant, but it doesn't affect your salvation. Okay. Yeah, Immaculate Conception is not the virgin birth. The Immaculate Conception says that Mary had to be sinless to conceive Christ. Yeah, all the way back to Eve. Good luck with that. But let's talk about Dr. Golf here because that was very interesting. I read his position paper on Christianity, and I had some really. I don't think some of his beliefs are aberrant. I think they are heretical. Okay. Now, the idea of the resurrection just being visions, not a bodily resurrection per se, and he's sort of on the fence as far as a bodily resurrection. But he thinks that a lot of the appearances of Christ post resurrection are just visions. Okay, they're visionary manifestations, not say the resurrected Christ. Okay, that would definitely be aberrant. But I also noticed one other thing too, where he denies the virgin birth. That is not aberrant. That's heretical. Because the virgin birth is one of the essentials of the Christian faith. So, I think that's one of those things. For those of you who don't know, Goff is a philosopher. He used to be an atheist. He claims now to have been a Christian. He was recently appeared on Capturing Christianity's channel, where he sort of talks about his conversion. Yeah, so I really, I would not have been comfortable having Goff on my channel. I would not have been comfortable with that. He does have beliefs that are outside the pale of orthodoxy. Okay? He hasn't made the full conversion. He's got some really weird stuff going on there. As I said, his view on the resurrection is aberrant at the minimum. His view on the virgin birth is heretical. So there's two good examples of beliefs there that sort of define these categories. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. 18 ministers for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Since 2 Samuel 12:8 indicates post-divided monarchy authorship, and the reference to David in Ruth implies the same author as Samuel, and since Ruth is part of Judges, not to mention a lack of a king, does that mean Ruth and Judges are post-divided, and he means here divided monarchy? And I think that's the case. Okay, I think both Samuel, Judges, and Ruth are, say, post divided monarchy, and I don't think there's any problem with that. I think that almost goes without saying here. We'll just pick up the Bible here, and we'll just take a look here at the text here. It's 2 Samuel 12:8, just for those who are not clear. Okay, 2 Samuel 12, verse 8. Okay, and this is the I also gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your care, and I gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have added to you many more things like these. Yeah, so this does indicate a post-divided monarchy. Okay? So, and I don't think there's any scholar that would say that Samuel was written any earlier than the divided monarchy anyway. And that's not a huge amount of time either. You know, you're only talking here about maybe 40 years or more. Okay? So, it didn't take that long to divide the monarchy, really, when it comes right down to it. So, yeah, I don't think there's a problem here with either Ruth or Judges being written in the divided monarchy period. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. AT Ministries for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Given that, can we peg the authorship of Kings? Yes, we can. Can we say Kings was written over a span of time and later compiled, i.e. the supplementary hypothesis? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Kings does fall into... the Book of Kings was compiled during the Babylonian period. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Is that in the Babylonian period... they're having all these little texts, okay? And you'll see this in both Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles. You know, like, for example, is not the deeds of these kings written in the Book of the Acts of the Kings? Okay? Okay. So, the Book of Kings is actually making reference to these texts. Let's see if I can find just one example here. And there's a whole bunch of them in the Book of Kings. For example, in the Bible, let's hear 1 Kings 11:41. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, whatever he did and his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the acts of Solomon? Okay. And then we go to 1 Kings 14:29. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah? The different book. Hey, 1 Kings 15:31. Now the rest of the acts of Nadab and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? There's a third book. So, you know, the person who compiles Kings and Chronicles, you know, they are referencing several other works when they put together both Kings and Chronicles. So it's really interesting to see that they are quoting their sources. Good authors cite their sources. And that's the people who compiled Kings and Chronicles did this. They cited their sources. So I think this is really, really fascinating. And it shows you that this is more than just oral tradition. That they're coming to Babylon with a whole bunch of scrolls, records that predated the Babylonian invasion, and they're taking those scrolls and then they're compiling them. So I think that's absolutely interesting. I think it's fantastic. And, you know, I don't see any reason to, see any problem with this. So, I think a supplementary hypothesis here would be a good way to do it, because you've got core documents, and they're just copying core documents into a bigger whole. So that definitely fits with a supplementary hypothesis. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hope that helps. Okay, 18 Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Nehemiah 4:17 to 18. Did they have scarabs? Okay. Scabbards, sorry. Yeah, shows you how many Egyptologists. I mean, scarab first. Okay, Nehemiah. Verse, chapter 4. (17 to 18). Okay. And the text says, those who were rebuilding the wall and those who were carrying the burdens took their load in one hand, doing the work, and the other holding a weapon. As for the builders, each wore his sword girded at his side as he built, while the trumpeter stood near. Okay. Now, the question here is, did these men have scabbards for their swords? And the invariable question would be yes. Okay. The scabbard has been around since the Bronze Age, and it was developed alongside the sword. Okay. So if you had a sword, it was almost always held in a scabbard of some time, and a scabbard is a sheath. Okay, it's a sheath. So it's one of those things that we find, for example, in the Tomb of King Tut. He's got several daggers, and all those daggers come with scabbards. Okay, so it's just one of those things that the development of the metal blade also coincided with the development of the scabbard. Now, that scabbard can be made out of various materials. It could be made out of leather, it can be made of wood, less so in the ancient Near East. It could be made out of metal. We do find metal scabbards. But a sturdy leather scabbard would work just as well in most cases. So, just because they had swords in their hand didn't mean they also weren't wearing scabbards. Okay? So, scabbards, almost all these weapons would have had scabbards too. But in the case of those building the wall, they had the sword in their hand to show they were ready. Okay? Ready at a moment's notice to fight. It was sort of this. The point of this is not that they didn't have scabbards. The point of this is that, because clearly the guys who were, the builders, they were, they had it, girded on their side, which means they were wearing it on a scabbard belt of some kind. So this was just a physical reminder as they're building, hey, be ready to fight anytime. That's what this is. This is not we didn't have scabbards, so we're forced to hold them in our hand. That's not what's going on. It's basically, be ready to fight anytime until the wall's finished. Okay? Keep it ready. Keep it ready. It's meant to be a physical reminder. So as they're building with one hand. They're being reminded that they're going to be prepared to fight and die at any time in the other hand. So that's what's going on there. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, they had scabbards for these. This is something that you just needed if you had a sword. Okay. $18 Ministries. That's the personal question. Member question. As a musician writer, do you ever serenade your wife with music or poetry? Laugh out loud. My poetry is terrible. Nobody wants to be serenaded by my poetry. My music, on the other hand, I have written music for her. So, and if you go into into the Velocirabbit files on YouTube page, where my album was published, you can see Kiara's theme there. That's a song I wrote for her. Okay, so. How's your poetry bad? You speak baguette? It could be just about like that, yeah. No, I'm not a good poet. Poetry is not my strong suit. So I leave the poetry to the experts. I will compose music for her. I will and she could be serenaded by that. But she doesn't get poetry from me. Oh, Vogon poetry, yeah, pretty much. Vogon poetry, ooh. Okay. Next super chat is from Oscar Filho for 20 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why does 1 Samuel 8:11-18 insinuates that going to a monarchy is a bad move and they should keep with judges, but Judges 21:25 suggests the opposite? How to reconciliate. Okay. Let's talk about the whole matter of the Israelites and a king. 1 Samuel chapter 8, verses 11-18. And this is kind of a long one, but we'll do it anyway. Starting at verse 11. And he said, "This will be the procedure of the king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and place them for himself in his chariots and among his horsemen, and they will run before his chariots. And he will appoint for himself commanders of thousands and of fifties, and some to do his plowing and to reap his harvest, and to make his weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will also take your daughters for perfumers and cooks and bakers. And he will take the best of your fields and your vineyards and your olive fields and give them to his servants. And he will take 1/10 of your seed and of your vineyards, 1/10, that's all, and give to his officers and to his servants. And he will also take your male servants and your female servants and your best young men and your donkeys and use them for his work. He will take 1/10 of your flocks." Gosh, this is sounding like a good deal. "And yourselves will become his servants. Then you will cry out in that day because of your king, whom you have chosen for yourselves, but the Lord will not answer you in that day." Okay. Now, the first thing here is the 1 Samuel 8 is supposed to convince the Israelites they really don't want a king. But they should be following Torah. Okay? They should be living Torah. They're not living Torah. So what's happening is in the book of Judges, we'll go to the book of Judges here. Judges 21, and it's at the end of the book here. Very last thing of last verse in the book of Judges. "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes." Okay. So here's what's going on. Israel's not obeying. Okay? And they're going from bad to worse judges. Okay? The book of Judges is awful. Okay? It goes, you start from with good judges, where Israel is sort of obeying, to the very end, where they pretty much wipe out the tribe of Benjamin. Because Benjamin has gotten so bad. Okay? And you got lots and lots of bad judges. So what's happening there is that Samuel is basically saying to the Israelites, okay, you've been disobedient. You're getting ready for a king. You want a king. Despite your disobedience. And he's gonna, this is your truth in lending. Okay? You're gonna get a truth in lending now. This is going to be what it's going to be like to have a king. Now, I understand that 10% of your crops back in those days was a lot. Okay? And that's because of knife edge agriculture. Yeah, 10% was a serious cut to your agriculture. So you're just making ends meet at 10%. So there's a whole lot here that the Israelites are getting warned. Yeah, don't think that they're basically, he's telling the Israelites, don't think it's all going to be happiness and protection once you have a king. The king is going to make lots and lots of demands upon you. Okay? So the king's going to make lots of demands on you. And you're going to have to pay out. Yeah, you're going to have to pay with corvée labor. Your sons and daughters are going to be given over to the king, and he's going to do with them as he pleases. Your crops are going to be given to his officials. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to happen to you because of the fact that you won't listen to judges. You won't listen to judges. You're doing what's right in your own eyes, and you've now asked for a king. And it's going to be 10 times worse. So this is just a sort of a truth in lending. This is a truth in disobedience. Okay, you've been disobedient. This is what's going to happen to you. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Again, yeah, monarchy is a bad move because obedience would have been a better move. But they're not going to do that. So there's really, they're on a sort of this collision course with, unhappiness. And that collision course is something that Samuel is trying to steer away. And later on, what's going to happen is God's going to say, well, they haven't rejected you, because remember, Samuel is the last judge. Samuel is the last judge, and he's a good judge, but his sons are not good judges, or not good men. So, God's going to say, don't worry about this, Samuel. They didn't reject you. They didn't reject judgeship. They rejected me. So when Israel starts to pursue a king, they're doing it in a way that's not in the ideal or the perfect will that God has prescribed for the Israelites. So this is how you would reconcile it. Yes, going with a monarchy is a bad move. And their disobedience is a bad move. The right move here was for obedience. And they didn't want that. So that's why they ended up with a king. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated it. And I hope that helps. Okay, the next one here is a member question from Oscar Philo. And he asks, have you played Fatal Frame? It's a Japanese ghost game. In Fatal Frame 4, there's ghosts of living people. Was playing it and it reminded me of you. Thank you, I think. I've never played it. I've never played Fatal Frame. I don't even really know what that game's about. But strange that it reminded you of me. I'm not sure what I should say about that. It's a thank you for the and Japon's Kanrafe says, oh man, Fatal Frame. I'm sure that game gave some cardiac problems. Okay, so I give people cardiac problems. Nice. Nice. Oh boy. Heather WP asks a follow-up question here that I think is kind of interesting. Uh, how does one have a ghost of a living person? That's an interesting question. We're not really sure how that happens, but it seems to be a fun thing. It seems to be a thing. There was a I think 2 or 3 volume set, um, published that was called Ghosts of the Living, and it chronicles many case studies. I mean, lots of case studies of of um of appearances of ghosts when the person wasn't dead. So I mean, it's a whole sort of compendium of these case studies. So we're not exactly sure how this works, but it seems to be a thing. And there's one case where, say, a grandmother was sick in the hospital, in sort of a semi-comatose state, and the granddaughter claims to have seen the ghost of her grandmother, and granddaughter goes and visits grandma, and grandma says, "Oh yeah, I had a dream that I was visiting you," and stuff like that. Very strange. It's very strange. So there are, it is a known phenomena, but how it works, who knows? It's very bizarre. Um, so this is why one of the things I think we have to be careful of when we talk about, say, ghosts and appearances like that, whether it's apparitions or ghosts, and they're not necessarily the same thing, that it might not be a dead person. It might not be the spirit of someone who's dead. It could be many other things. It could be, say, the spirit of a living person. It could be a demon impersonating a dead person. It could be a trick of the mind. There's some times where that could be. There's things of expected ghosts. You went into a haunted house expecting to see something, and there you saw something. There's a whole lot of possible explanations for it. So this is why I think we have to sort of be mentally flexible about trying to identify it, because it's really hard to nail down. So I hope that helps. Okay, next super chat here is from Oscofilo for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. Could a werewolf be a mix of physical changes and brain filling in what should be there, but it's not? Oh yeah, it's possible. It's possible. The whole lycanthropy thing is very odd anyway. It's odd, I think, in an interesting way, though. Because people who, say, claim to have, to be lycanthropes, do claim to be one specific animal. So they don't randomly change into various animals. They tend to change into one particular kind of animal. And that does seem to have a manifestation that sort of changes their, for lack of a better word, visage. Okay? And that's just sort of a fancy technical term for saying how you appear. Okay? They do appear more animal-like. So it could be very possible that what you're seeing here is a mix of, say, physical changes affected by how you perceive yourself, combined with a brain filling in what should be there but isn't. So it's possible that this is an explanation for this. But yeah, like the Wendigo. Yeah, like the Wendigo. Yeah, that's one of those sort of things that's kind of like that. And Japonis Conrafe. Or a were skunk, that would be deadly. I've never heard of a were skunk. Now, there have been claims of werewolves, of course, were bears, were foxes. Lots of werefoxes, particularly in Japan. Japan, werefoxes are the thing. Were-deer. Okay. I haven't heard of a were-parrot. Were-cats, yes. Yes, Jonathan Walker. Were-cats are a thing. Particularly mountain lions. Okay. Mountain lions, leopards, cheetahs. Those, there are some people who have claimed, you know, Care Bears and Sound Foxes. Now, Care Bears are demonic. Definitely demonic, those Care Bears. You can see it on their chest. In Japan's comrade, Kitsune in Japan, yeah. Yep. Yeah, so, fennec foxes, not so much. You don't hear those being, part of the lycanthropy set. Jonathan Walker, OMG, Care Bears. Ooh. Oh yeah, definitely demonic. From the devil himself. Okay. So yeah. Generally most lycanthropos tend to be emulate large predatory animals. Generally. No were-rabbits, not officially. There's been people who speculated about were-rabbits, but there's never been a case of a were-rabbit. At least not amongst humans. But foxes, yes. Wolves, yes. Bears, yes. Deers, yes. And various felines. Large felines, though. Yeah, they generally have to be large animals for the human to be sort of emulate them in a mass sense of the term as well. You don't hear about were-dormice either. The Jersey Devil. I've looked a little bit into the Jersey Devil, not too much because there's not much out there on the Jersey Devil. We don't know if the Jersey Devil was just a wild man or some sort of psychotic or just some other manifestation. So I don't think there's enough evidence to really sort of make much of conclusions regarding the Jersey Devil. Yeah. My producer says that in the Middle Ages, most werewolves turned out to be just basically men who had, kind of lost, basically men with mental illness. Okay. Jonathan Walker, we totally forgot about Goatmen. Goatmen seem to be in a different category again. Yeah, they're not lycanthropes. Yeah, there's satyrs. Yeah, they tend to not be. They don't tend to be lycanthropes. They don't change on command. They tend to have that permanent form, or change with the wound or whatever. However, they causes the change. Goatmen also tend to be more related to demonic manifestations than lycanthropes do. Lycanthropes do seem to be not necessarily related to demonic manifestations. But Goatmen seem to be sort of connected to that world. Heather WP, crazy hairy people in the woods. Yeah, probably. Probably a good portion of them are. Okay, so I think we've beaten that one to death. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Oscar Philo, is John Walton's Ancient Near Eastern Thought and the Old Testament good? I tend to like Walton's work. I haven't read this one per se, so I can't comment too much. It's one of his earlier ones. I know this is one of his earlier works. I'm suspecting that his Lost Worlds books are better, but I can't really say too much on this. So Jimmy the Jew says, from when I was a kid in Philly, the Jersey Devil was always turned into some monster, but in reality, it was a guy living as an animal in the Pine Barrens. Yeah, that makes more sense, to be honest. Jack Ray, so the Jersey Devil wasn't a character on Jersey Shore? Now, Jersey Shore is terrifying. Woohoo! Woohoo! Scary! Especially if you see the Key of Awesome's parody of it. Key of Awesome had a terrifying parody of the Jersey Shore. left left me terrified for years. Never recovered from that. All right. Let's get back to the super chats here. Ashley Weird for $1.99. Blah blah. Well, I'm glad he's not making trouble tonight. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for support of the channel. Jonathan Walker, I never understood Jersey Shore other than extremely drunk, tanned adults acting like college sororities. Yeah, I've never understood it either. And it's a fake orange tan too. I mean, really fake orange tans. Bizarre. It's really strange. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek, who asks a member question. Is there any hyperbole in the Samson narratives? For example, Judges 15:4-5 and 15:15. Let's look at this. Judges 15:4-5. And Samson went and caught 300 foxes and took torches and turned the foxes' tails to tail and put one torch in between two tails. And he set fire to the torches and released the foxes into the standing grain of the Philistines, thus burning up both the shocks and standing grain, along with the vineyards and groves. Okay. Was there hyperbole in the numbers of the foxes? And then 15:15. He found a fresh jawbone of a donkey, so he reached out and took it and killed 1,000 men with it. Okay. There's that Elif again. And we have to be careful about Elif because it can mean a large group of people, not just 1,000. So, it can mean a clan, it can mean an army, it can mean a lot of things. So, 15:15 is not necessarily a hyperbole. It could just be a poor rendering of the text. Okay, poor translation. So, I don't think it's necessarily a hyperbole in 15:15. Now, the 300 foxes, that could be hyperbole, but one of the things we know about Samson is he's all about revenge. Okay. I wouldn't put it past Samson to catch 300 foxes and then basically do this act of animal cruelty to get back at the Philistines. So, I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put him past him to do this. So I'm not saying, yeah, poor foxes, absolutely. I mean, this was awful. I mean, this is one of the worst things Samson did. I mean, tie two foxes together and put a torch between their tails and just release them. Like, You kidding me? Whoa. Yeah, Where Fox Revenge. Yeah, that sounds pretty good for him. Uh, yeah, yeah, Samson was not a nice guy. Was not a good guy. Darkblade, Samson hate cult is now part of the channel lore. Oh, yeah, it's totally vicious to the animals. Yeah, I mean, Samson was a real nasty guy. He was a real nasty guy. I mean, he loses a bet and then he mugs 30 people to steal their clothes. Good going. Eats richly and pure honey and then gives it to his parents. Yeah, swell. No, he's a dirtbag. He's a real dirtbag. Okay. So I hope that helps. I would say 15-15 is not hyperbole. It just may be mistranslated. 15-5-4 could be hyperbole. But on the other hand, maybe just him with his overinflated sense of revenge. All right, next one. I want to thank Jack Ray for giving the channel 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate your support of the channel. It really helps. This is our livelihood, so we thank you for this very, very much. And just to let you guys all know what we're up to at the moment, we are trying to get books published. So we've been working on some projects, and hopefully we will be able to get some more books out there in hopefully the not too distant future. So we're happy to say that, and we'll let you know how this progresses. But we can't do this. We couldn't do this without your guys' support. So we really want to thank you for this and very much appreciate it. Oh, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Oh boy. So Addison Weir wants to drink a gallon of Nile water on the Egyptian tour. Have at it, dude. I ain't gonna do that. I'm not stupid. If it's boiled, sure. Boiled water's fine. I wouldn't drink a gallon of it, though. I mean, you do drink Nile water from, like, for example, if someone makes you tea, they will use the local filter system to make the tea. Once it's boiled, it's fine. It's totally drinkable. It's totally potable at that point. So, yeah, so you do end up drinking water from the Nile at some point, but usually in the form of tea. If it's been made tea, and tea comes in two forms. Okay, you will sometimes see tea. You'll drink it hot, okay, and then you absolutely know it. But you also sometimes see it in there's this kind of jasmine tea that's purple, and it's served cold, and that's actually safe to drink. The jasmine tea is safe to drink even though it's cold because it was brewed hot, and then refrigerated, and that stuff's safe to drink too. And you'll oftentimes go into like a papyrus shop, and they'll serve you this cold jasmine tea. If you see orange stuff, leave that. That's Tang. They made that with uncooked water. Don't touch the Tang. Okay? Jasmine tea, go for it. Jasmine tea's fantastic. Leave the Tang. Okay? Hot tea is also great. So, yeah, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, the Tang will make you very sick. Okay. Next is a member question from DWC. Thank you for the question. It's actually just a statement. He says, thanks for bringing us true biblical and historical facts. It's needed very much, especially in the more modern time. Prayer. Thank you so much. Thank you for that comment. We really appreciate that. We're glad this is helping. We do these Friday sessions because it's our time to sort of answer your guys' questions. And, you know, because we think you should have answers. You should have answers to your questions. Because where else are you going to get them? You know, you should be getting them from your pastors, but we all know it's tough to be a pastor these days, and a lot of pastors don't really study the Bible or scholarship or anything like that. So I hope that helps, and I'm glad you you found this to be of value. Okay. Count Marcy, were there even foxes in the Middle East? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's foxes in the Middle East. There's still foxes in the Middle East. There's foxes in Egypt. In Egypt and in Israel, yeah, there's still foxes there today. There's a type of fox called the fennec fox. They actually found a nest, a lair of fennec foxes just recently, who had made a home inside the Great Pyramid. Not in the tunnels, but in one of the nooks behind one of the big building stones, they found a small family of foxes there. So and this is sort of what was prompted the sound fox lore on our channel here, was those foxes. So there are still foxes in the ancient Near East. There's some in Egypt, there's some in Israel. So okay, next one here. Jimmy the Jew asks a question here. Do you think Isaiah sent the Ark to Elephantine Island? I saw your upcoming book. My book on the Ark has already been published. My upcoming book is going to be on the Exodus itself. The Elephantine Temple, after the Elephantine destruction, did it go to Lake Tana in Ethiopia? No. Okay. Elephantine was not colonized by Israelites until after the assassination of Gedaliah. This is already after the Babylonians had stolen all the treasures from the temple. Okay, so this is already after that fact. So the Ark would have never have been transported to Elephantine Island. The Babylonians would have already taken it. In fact, they take all the treasures and they take them to Babylon to be melted to scrap, essentially. So I don't think. And the other thing was that Isaiah was long before the Babylonian exile. So as a result, long before Elephantine. Now, there's some people have asked if Jeremiah did this. I don't think Jeremiah did it either, honestly. I think what happened was that, my personal opinion on this is that Nebuchadnezzar took the Ark back to Babylon and melted it for scrap gold. That's what I think he did with it. So, but I'd still encourage you to buy the book on the Ark of the Covenant, because it's a great book. Okay, lots of great pictures, and you'll learn a lot of it about the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, melted that thing for money, because the Babylonians paid their soldiers in gold. They paid their soldiers in gold. They weighed out the gold, so they didn't have coinage, but what they would do is they would take all these treasures from various temples all over the Near East, bring them back to Babylon, and they had these huge furnaces, massive furnaces. And this is the same furnaces that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are put in. They're put in one of these furnaces. Those furnaces, their purpose was to burn ritual processional furniture down to their metals, scrap metals. So, Heather WP says, I saw a documentary where someone found the Ark in Africa somewhere. It's a wooden bowl drum thing. No. Um, yeah, this is something that there's a mention of the Ark in the 13th century AD document called the Kebra Nagast, and that's a hodgepodge of history. I mean, that was basically a political document to try to say, oh, you shouldn't overthrow the Aksum government because we're descended from Solomon. Somebody's hiding the Ark somewhere in Ethiopia. Um, and it just gets a weird mishmash of history. Uh, I wouldn't trust the Kebra Nagast for anything. It's just really weird. Um, the other thing too is that somebody it was claimed to be in St. Mary's Church, and there was actually a Western archaeologist who saw it, and he claimed what it is was a medieval teba. Now, a teba is what the Ethiopian church, Coptic church, calls a ark. Okay? Now, an ark in the Bible is not a teba, it's an aron. But a teba is essentially a small, tiny ritual box. And every church, every Ethiopian Coptic church has a teba. It's part of its sort of ritual furnishings. And so you can go to any church, Coptic church, Orthodox church in Ethiopia, and find a teba. Now, they don't put these things on parade. So they only bring them out once a year for ritual purposes. But it's one of those things where everyone has one. They all call them the Ark. It's not the Ark of the Covenant, though. So Mama says, ain't no way the original Ark still exists in any context. I 100% believe a conquering nation broke it down for its materials at some point. Sad. Yeah, it is kind of sad. But Jeremiah also says this too. Jeremiah says that the Ark's not going to be seen anymore. And it will not be remembered. So, it's gone. It's gone. So, yeah, it's kind of sad. I would love to have seen it myself. But it's one of those things that it's just been reduced to scrap. And this is even one of the possible outcomes in the Talmud too. Talmud mentions this. The funny thing about the Talmud is it mentions two different fates for the Ark. One is that it appears in a temple under the Temple Mount. The other is that Nebuchadnezzar took it and burned it, melted it for scrap. So, which one you believe is up to you. Yeah, kind of like the Garden of Eden. Yeah. Okay. JCM for $2. Does the Bible teach a flat Earth? No, it doesn't teach a flat Earth. The fact is that the ancient peoples knew that the Earth wasn't flat. This whole idea that the Bible teaches a flat Earth is just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's without basis. And when people try to interpret the Bible to show a flat Earth, it's really sort of taking a lot of things out of context and mistranslating text to do this. So, no, the Bible doesn't teach a flat Earth, but it doesn't teach a round one either. It just doesn't comment on this. So, it's just one of those things where it doesn't comment on whether the Earth is flat or round. Doesn't comment on radio waves. It doesn't comment on automobiles. Does not comment on nuclear fusion. It doesn't comment on man setting foot on the moon. There's a lot of things that the Bible doesn't talk about. So, it's really Emily Tedescu says, I think it's a psyop designed to make Christians appear foolish. When I was growing up, we were called people flat earthers as a derogatory term because you'd have to be crazy to believe it. Today, you encounter real flat earthers and they think this is a matter of orthodoxy. This is a salvific matter for them. And when I first encountered a real flat earther for the first time, it's like, oh my gosh, you're a complete waste of time. Because they really believe that if you don't believe the earth is flat, you're denying the Bible and you're going to hell. Yeah. So it's a very strange thing. It's a very strange belief. And really it's just a waste of time. Okay. Next one is from JCM for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What happens to Christians who self-delete? Okay. This is a very serious topic, and we want to be very careful about how we answer this. Self-deletion is a sin. It's self-murder. Okay? So, it is a sin. But all sins can be forgiven. And all sins are covered under the blood of Jesus Christ. The question then is, what is the person's relationship with Jesus Christ? You know, there are people who self-delete for various reasons. So it's not a broad brush covers everything here. Now, did they self-delete because they had lost faith in Jesus? Maybe that could be a salvific matter. Did they self-delete for another reason? You know, to protect another. You know, that's a possibility too. So, you know, there are times when people self-delete for a variety of reasons. Is it a sin? Yes. Is it an unforgivable sin? Not necessarily. So, we want to apply nuance here, and we want to apply understanding as we go into this. That salvation is based upon your relationship to Jesus Christ. Do you stand on the side of Jesus Christ against sin, or do you stand with sin against Jesus Christ? That's the dividing line of salvation. That's the dividing line of salvation. So, so in that case, you've got to be cognizant of that fact. So, if someone deletes at a time of weakness, at a time of, say, where their mental health wasn't doing so well, but they still side with God against sin in general, that person could still be saved because he's on the right side of the amnesty. And God's grace is abundant. We always have to approach this through the lens of grace, because that's what salvation is. It's undeserved grace, undeserved favor. Okay? You don't deserve grace, but God extends it, and he extends it generously. So, a Christian who self-deletes can still be saved. Absolutely. I don't see any reason not to think that they were necessarily lost. Jonathan Walker, is Judas the only person we know in the Bible that self-deleted? No, Saul did too. When the battle was lost and he was wounded, and his capture was imminent, he asked a servant to self-delete. So it's happened more than once, even in the Bible. Next one here from Oscar Philo for 5 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. What's the real life equivalent of Matthew 25:27? Having Christian children? Let's find out. Let's find out what Matthew 25:27 says. Okay, Matthew. $25. $27. Okay. This is the parable of the talents. Okay. And it's actually a fairly long one, but let's read the whole parable. Okay. And it starts at verse 14. And for it, now the it here is the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is just like a man about to go on a journey, who called his own slaves and entrusted his possessions to them. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, to another 1, according to his own ability, and he went on his journey. Immediately, the one who had received 5 talents went and traded with them and gained 5 more talents. In the same manner, the one who had received the 2 talents gained 2 more. But he who received the 1 talent went away, dug in the ground, and hid his master's money. Now, after a long time, the master of the slaves came and settled accounts with them. And the one who had received the 5 talents came and brought 5 more talents, saying, Master, you entrusted 5 talents to me. See, I have gained 5 more talents. And his master said, Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Enter into the joy of your master. And the one who had received 2 talents came up and said, Master, you entrusted me 2 talents, and see, I've gained 2 more talents. His master said to him, Well done, good and faithful slave. You are faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Enter into the joy of your master. And the one who also had received 1 talent came up and said, Master, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you scattered no seed. And I was afraid, went away, and hid your talent in the ground. See, you have what is yours. But the master answered and said to him, You wicked, lazy slave. You knew I would reap where I did not sow, and gather where I scattered no seed. Then you ought to have put money in the bank, and on my arrival I would have received my money back with interest. Therefore, take away the talent from him, and give it to the one who has 10 talents. For to everyone who has shall be given more, and he who has abundance, but the one who does not have, even what he has shall be taken away, and cast the worthless slave into the outer darkness, in the place where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. But when the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne, etc. Okay. All right, so this is not talking about children. Not talking about children at all. What it's talking about is basically the talents, abilities, skills, opportunities, money that you've been given. And how are you using it for the Lord? That's what this is talking about. This is talking about kingdom priorities. So this is not talking about having Christian children, although Christian children may be included among that. Okay? If God gives you a household, yeah, you should probably raise your household and organize your household according to what the Lord would glorify him. Okay? So when it talks about the talents here, and the talent here is a weight of precious metals. Okay, it's a weight of precious metals, and they use this sometimes as a form of currency. So you would weigh your metal to know how much you have, really. Okay, and it's a large amount of metal. Okay, this is a small fortune. Let's see if I can remember this right. Let's see, how much does a talent weigh again? Let's see if we can find out. It's actually a very, very heavy amount. Don't wait. Is 129 pounds. Okay? That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. An awful lot of gold. Okay? So, the master here is giving these guys 129 pounds of either gold or silver. I don't know. It doesn't exactly say, but I don't think it says anyway. But, you know, he's giving them a lot of money. This is a lot of money. You know, this is more money than these guys have seen in an entire lifetime. Okay? Even you know, even that one talent is enough money to live off for in a lifetime. Okay? So this is what the wicked servant has done. Let's explain what the wicked servant has done. He's taken it and tried to take it off the books. So the master gives one guy 5 talents, or gives another guy 2 talents, the third guy 1 talent. More money than he's ever seen. So what does he do? He takes the 1 talent, buries it, and hides it. So what the wicked servant is doing here is essentially keeping it off the books, so there's no paper trail. If the master dies while he's gone, he gets to keep the money. He gets to keep the money. So he's trying to steal from the master. He's trying to steal from the master. So the fact is that when it comes to our own lives, everything we have is from the Father. Everything. We're not owners. We're stewards. We're stewards of our opportunities. We're students of the basically everything we create is there because God gave us the ability and the opportunity to do it. The particular talents that God gives us, you know, not everyone gets the same talents. Here's the thing. From whom much is given, much is expected. If you're a talented individual, God expects a lot out of you. And if you're a guy who can sort of pick up abilities, God expects even more. So there's an obligation here to the master that everything that the master gives you, you will be in some way devoting to kingdom work. And from there's a reward. Okay? Now we're not told exactly what that reward is, although there does seem to be some sort of hierarchy advantage involved here. More time with more face time with the master, judging over various groups of people. That all could be playing into what the rewards are, but that treasures in heaven where moth and rust will not destroy. So it's not just children. It's a whole lot of other things. It's everything that you are managing in your life that God gives you. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And the converse is true too. If you take what God gives you and spend it on your pleasure, that's a waste. That's a waste. That's stealing from the master. So just keep that in mind. Mama says, our talents are not just for us, to be hoarded and used secretly for only that which pleases us. Exactly. Exactly. No, and it's not just our talents, it's our assets. Our assets, our talents, our opportunities, all of those can be used to serve the glory of God. And that's what God wants us to do. And that's what the talent here is it's this immeasurable wealth that God gives you. Biblical knowledge is a kind of asset. How are you using it? Think about it. Have you used some of the stuff you've learned on this channel to extend God's kingdom? No one says you have to go out and be an apologist. In fact, I would highly discourage that. I think there's too many apologists running around already. But you can talk to others. You can discuss things. You can help out in your church. Use what you learn here to help your church grow. I mean, certainly we could use a lot more people in our Bible studies who know something about the Bible. Oh my gosh, how many Bible studies have I been to where it's just a circle and you're going, well, what do you think about the passage? What do you think about the passage? What do you think about the passage? Oh, I don't know, but and it's basically shared ignorance. So Jack Ray says, yes, I've used stuff from here in my Bible study group. Fantastic. Absolutely. Fantastic. Keep it up, brother. So yeah, I think these are assets. These are assets, these are opportunities. Knowledge is an asset, money's an asset. All of this stuff is stuff that God gives you for his kingdom. Okay. So, next super chat here is from JCM for $5. And he asks, is Apollyon Satan or is it another being entirely? We're not sure. Apollyon is a being that has been consigned to the pit, to the bottomless pit. So, as far as we can tell, Satan has not been consigned to the bottomless pit. So, I would suspect that the two are not the same, but my opinion is Apollyon is one of Satan's lieutenants. So that's just my sort of thoughts there. But from the sounds of it, he's this particular and spirit critter is incredibly destructive. It's when he's released. Let's thank you for the reference, Jonathan. Let's go there and let's just take a look at that. Revelation 9:11. All right, and we'll just we'll start at verse 1 here and just flip over to 11. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key of the bottomless pit was given to him. And he opened the bottomless pit, and smoke went up out of the pit, and like the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. And out of the smoke came forth locusts upon the earth, and power was given them as scorpions of the earth have power. And they were told that they shall not hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green field, nor any tree, but only the men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. They were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment for 5 months, and their torment was like the torment of a scorpion, and it stings like the man. Okay, and then went down to... And they have as a king, in verse 11, over them, an angel, the angel of the abyss. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in the Greek, he has the name Apollyon. And Abaddon and Apollyon mean pretty much the same thing. It means destroyer. Okay, it's destroyer. And this is an angel of the abyss. This was a guy who was assigned to this, or consigned to the abyss. Now, we have to understand what the abyss is. Okay, the abyss is essentially an angelic holding cell. This is jail, not prison, jail. Okay, and for those of you who have never been incarcerated, and I hope you never are, there's a difference between jail and prison. Okay, jail is where they hold you until they send you to prison. The bottomless pit is a jail. It's a jail for spirit critters. Okay, particularly nasty, destructive spirit critters. Okay, spirit critters who don't know their proper place and will just do all sorts of things that are just not good. Mama says, Angel of Death possibly? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think these are Angels of Death. No, these are destroyers. These are guys who are just gonna wreak havoc, create chaos wherever. These are angels that left, or spirit critters that left their prescribed domains. Okay? They left their prescribed domains, and they're on Earth creating chaos. And because they're on Earth creating chaos, they get consigned to the bottomless pit. They get sent into Angel Timeout. Okay? So this is Angel Timeout. And Apollyon is the lieutenant, basically the highest ranking prisoner. Okay? Apollyon and Abaddon are the same guy. It's the highest ranking prisoner in the bottomless pit. Okay? So yeah, not even death. No. This guy's somebody else. Okay? So he's not Satan. Okay, he's not that fallen cherub. This is another guy. This is a guy who got sent to jail. He's not even on the top. He's not even on the top of the order. Okay. The fallen cherub of the garden is the top of the pecking order. Okay. He's the top guy. He has not been sent to the bottomless pit. He's just more or less still lurking out there. Okay. This is a lieutenant. Okay. This is a lieutenant. This is one of Satan's adjutants. Okay. But he's the highest ranking guy in the pit, in jail. So think of it kind of like this. Satan's the crime boss, but he's got under him lieutenants. Okay. The crime boss has lieutenants. You know, his henchmen, his top tier henchmen. And under those henchmen are other henchmen. Okay. So Abaddon is one of those lieutenants who's the highest ranking of the lieutenants that got sent to jail. And while he sits in jail, there's still the crime boss. He's still out in the world. He's still doing his crime empire with the help of his other lieutenants. So Satan's a free guy at the moment. He's not in jail. So this is somebody else. This is the Angel of the Pit. And the Angel of the Pit is this henchman. And he's there because he can't control himself. He gets out. He just wants to destroy and create chaos. Mayhem and havoc. Jonathan Walker. Satan is the boss outside of jail, but he has guys inside and outside of jail. Yeah, that's about it. That's exactly it. Hello, WP. When I compare various religions with each other, I compare Apollyon with Hades or Set. Set is not a good comparison. Okay, we have to be careful about using Set here, and even Hades. Hades is not in the Greek version of Hades. The god it's a god of the dead. You know, the Greek Hades is morally neutral. Okay, he's morally neutral. He's god over all the dead. Set's something else. Set's something else entirely. He's a storm god. He's a storm god. He's a god of power. He wasn't seen as an evil figure until the late period. So, Set needed a better PR agency. His public relations agencies really really needs work. Okay. There was one time when the kings of Egypt worshipped Set. Okay. And like in Dynasty 19, he was an object of worship. He was considered to be the god of unbridled power. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Again, not Satan, but his lieutenant, his underling. So hope that helps. Christian Mouse asks, hopping on finally after getting home. I was wondering if you watched Kip Davis with Dr. Josh. It wasn't his wife. It was their friend, Maggie Bryson, and had any thoughts. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah, Maggie kept saying, yeah, Dr. Falk's right about this. This is the 2 for 2 now. I mean, just this is the second time now they've tried to um it's just like the second time they've done this where it's like, well, Dr. Falk's right. Dr. Falk's right. Dr. Falk's right. But we still hate him. Like, okay. This is starting to get really silly. I mean, it's really silly. So, yeah. Jonathan Walker, collab with IP soon, related to said video. Could be. It could happen. You never know. Miracles happen all the time. I mean, it's really strange. I mean, the last guy they had, like Mark Litcher. There's not a single point where Mark Litcher disagreed with me. He said, I mean, the very worst he said was, well, he may not be incorrect. That's the very worst he had to say. I mean, it was crazy. He said it was right 3 times in that video, and then said, well, on the one point where he didn't necessarily agree, he said he might not be wrong. I mean, in this one here, I mean, today's one was ridiculous. I mean, it was ridiculous. Maggie Bryson says, well, Falk is actually right about the Egyptian hegemony. I'm like, oh yeah, it's just like crazy. And they keep trying to take me down and keep bungling it. It's like, but this is very typical MO for Kip. I mean, it really is. He can't handle it himself academically. He doesn't know anything. So he gets a cast of experts to come in to try to take me down, and it's just like it just blows up in his face. So, Okay. Oh yeah, they're so proud of it. Yeah. Jack Reese says, and they're proud of that. Yeah, absolutely. It blows up in their face. They look like idiots. And then they end up every other one of these videos with, we hate Dr. Falk. Okay, sure. Dark Blade. Kip be like, can I phone a friend? Yeah. If he had one. Still, it was funny. Okay. Next one here is from JCM for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What book from the Apocrypha, most historically accurate, least contradictions, follows the holy message the most, would you include in the biblical canon if you had to? If I had to include a book in the biblical canon that wasn't already in there, okay? And that's a hypothetical question. I'm not saying this one belongs in there. It wouldn't be an apocryphal book. It would be one of the church fathers. And that would be First Clement. First Clement is an amazing book. It's really that book I think is just, you read it and you get goosebumps. It's an amazing book, First Clements. So let's answer this question. But we'll take this, finish this off, and then we'll take that question. Um, so I think First Clement is a, if First Clement hadn't disqualified itself, it would have been included in Scripture. It was that close. And there were many people out there in the early church who thought it should have been in the canon. So, yeah, again, an amazing book, First Clement. I highly recommend people read it. Not Scripture, but boy, it's as close as anything gets. Harry Stark asks, did Clement of Rome write First Clement? Yes. Yes, he's the author of First Clement. He's also the same guy that's mentioned in which book now? He's mentioned in one of the epistles. Let me see if I can find that quickly. So, he is mentioned in Philippians 4:3. So he's even mentioned in a biblical text. So, indeed, true comment, I asked to help these women who have shared my struggle in the cause of gospel, together with Clement also, and the rest of my fellow workers whose names are in the book of life. So, yeah, he would have had the pedigree to have been included in the canon. Easily. And Japonis Conrafe. Oh, yes, First Clement, great choice. Yeah, it is. It would have been a really good choice for the canon. But he disqualified himself, so it's not in the canon. All right. Jimmy the Jew from Philly. Did these people attack you out of nowhere? Why are they so negative? You don't seem like a guy who gets into petty nonsense. Okay, what happened was, several years ago, Josh Bowen posted a video that basically said that people who have a religious belief should not be allowed to speak on the Bible. Okay? Because they're biased. Okay? And I basically took exception to that. I just basically did a response video to that. That was one of my popcorn reviews. I basically said, hey, you know what? People who have faith are no more biased than people who have no faith. Yes, we recognize that everyone has bias. Okay, that's fair. But, just because people have bias doesn't mean you should be excluded from the conversation on the Bible. Well, as soon as that popcorn review out, Kip went feral. So, that was the beginning of all this. And then Kip goes on the warpath against me because I attacked his friend Bowen. And then it just sort of escalated. So that's the source of all this. Just the idea that, hey, you know what? People of faith have just as much a right to talk about the Bible as atheistic biblical scholars. I don't think that's a problem. I still stand by that. Jonathan Walker, everyone has bias. It's whether or not we keep our bias out of our work. They spent 4 hours on the first 5 minutes of the video. Yeah, that's typical with them. Yeah. Jonathan Walker, I watched the whole thing with you and Rob. That was actually the second thing. That was the second. That came after that. Basically, he got very, very weird. His first response, where, Kip got a posse of he had first announced it as being 5 PhDs are going to come in it and basically put Falk in his place. And it turned out to be Pat Lowinger, who doesn't have a PhD. Mr. Mustache, who was a no-show. Bowen was a no-show. Mr. Mustache is now on the run. I don't know if you ever escaped those PDF charges. Um, but they don't like talking about him anymore. Um, and some drugged out guy. Some drugged out guy who has no education at all. So, Oz, that's the other guy. Yes, Oz. Yeah, the PD file guy. Yeah, Mr. Mustache. The PD file. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah. So, oh, oh, yeah. I don't know how you remembered the Oz. I mean, that guy was. And then Oz came on to the Rob's and ours live stream,
Oh,
and
Kip set him
Kip set him up, and it was brutal.
That guy was
Oh my
already
gosh.
done and
Yeah,
out
he was out drinking at a bar, smoking a weed, and whoa. Darkblade. So two people who weren't actually PhDs, and two people who didn't even show up. Yeah, yeah. The only PhD there was Kip. Yeah, the other two guys had no PhDs. One had no bachelor's degree. The other one was basically only had a master's degree. So, but they do this to everybody they dislike too. You know, they did this. They've done this now to IP. They've done this now to oh, what's his name now? Who? Yeah, they did Rob Rowe once. Um, who's Gavin Ortland? They also did this sort of smear campaign on recently against Gavin Ortland. Um, yeah, and I know Gavin was really hurt by this. He was really disappointed by how much of a smear campaign it was. Yeah, so um, yeah, smear campaign as my producer said, smear campaigns only work against the innocent.
the people who are corrupting all politicians in Washington go, so
Yeah, so I mean, it's just crazy. This just doesn't that's just what we've come to expect from that side of the debate, and I use that word loosely because frankly, Kip and Bowen don't like having fair debates. They don't. They've never debated anyone who's on their equal. I mean, I remember their big debate of the Exodus. You know, where Josh Bowen and Maggie Bryson debate C.J. Cox and Sheffield. Uh, if that was not punching down, I don't know what is. I mean, it really was just. It was a. That thing was just a. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've offered to debate them in the past. They've always refused. Always refused. So anyway, yeah, it was a real mess. Real mess. Slam and Sheffield doesn't have a PhD, does he? No, he's got a bachelor's degree in computer science. Okay, that's what he has. He's got a bachelor's degree in computer science. Yeah, Sheffield doesn't have a PhD. He doesn't have a master's degree. Um, a nice guy, but he doesn't listen. You know, he actually hired me to help him with the debate prior, but he wouldn't listen to a single thing I told him. So, well, you can only do so much for a person. But Sheffield and Cox against Bowen and Bryson, man, that's so punching down. Okay, so let's get on with the super chats here. But that just shows you what kind of people these are. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Would it be correct to say that the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments were small, like the tablets we find in the ancient Near East, not tombstone-sized tablets? um, yeah, they're not tombstone-sized tablets. Those would be too heavy. Probably in all likelihood, they're like small, small Steely. And Steely can be about, yay size, like 6, 7 inches. They're not big. They're not big at all. So, that's probably what they would wrote the tablets on, and they could write really, really tiny on those things. Okay? So that's what I would suspect is they're too steely, very, very tiny, very light. So that's what I would suspect here. Definitely not tombstone size though. I mean, he's got to carry these things down. they're not going to be that heavy. He's got to carry them from the top of the mountain down. Think about it. So, yeah, you're absolutely right that these were small tablets, very small. Jack Ray, BS in that's Bachelor of Science and Computer Science is laugh out loud. I've seen so many of these come through at work. It's like like an entry ticket and nothing more. I'm prone to agree with that. Just on a professional level. You would get them in system administration where computer science guys would come through. And they generally weren't good programmers. They weren't good programmers. They weren't good they weren't good how do I say this? Systems analysts. Mathematicians. Oh my gosh, those guys made excellent programmers. I mean, any mathematician that I would get a resume for a programming position, oh yeah, I really look hard at that. The mathematicians, those guys were great programs. Economical programmers. Those guys thought through every line. I mean, those guys were just really excellent programmers. The best programmers I've ever seen in my life were mathematicians. So, yeah. But either way, a guy with a computer science degree is not qualified to talk about the Exodus. Sorry. Okay, next one here is from JCM. For $10, thank you for the super chat. Did black magic, sorcery, and divination die with Jesus? Now, obviously, actual magic doesn't work, but many verses like Deuteronomy 18:10 and Galatians 5:19-20 forbid them as if they do or used to. Okay. There were practices in magic continued to be used in the Christian world. Every religion used magic. Okay. We do find some evidence of Christian magic being used into at least the 2nd century AD. Okay. So it's one of those things that there did continue to be this practice of magic, particularly the lead sort of amulets. Those amulets were still used as magical incantations. Okay, so Jonathan Walker says Joseph used divination in Egypt. Yes, he did. He definitely used divination in Egypt. Divination was used as part of Israelite temple practice. We've got a video that's going to come up. We're going to talk about this a little bit. So the Urim and the Thummim were a form of divination. The fleece that they would sometimes use was a form of divination. Okay, there were various types of divination that were used from time to time in Israelite religion. So, but then again, too, that was not seen so much as changing the world, but getting a thumb on what God's thinking in all this. So we're going to do a whole video on this because we got something interesting that we're going to show you guys coming up on that video. But you got verses like 18. Let's look at Deuteronomy here first. Deuteronomy. Verse 10. There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire. This is a burnt offering. One who uses divination, okay, or one who practices witchcraft, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer, okay, or one who casts a spell, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls up the dead. Okay, so this is a pretty broad range of passages. Now, there were those who... There was also, as I said, a prescribed form of divination that was considered to be proper. Okay, there was that. But it's also something that didn't, say, last the temple period. Once you had the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, those sort of practices came to an end. Like the Urim and Thummim. Okay, so it was kind of thought, the way this kind of worked metaphysically, was that there wasn't such thing as necessarily randomness. That if you had a divination device, a proper divination device, that would call up, say, and if it worked correctly, and there's times it didn't, that it was giving you a true message from God. Okay? So it was believed that this was something that worked. And even worked up to a certain point. But the fact is that at some point it becomes, say, unnecessary, and it's deprecated at that point. In the case, let's look at Galatians here. Galatians 5. 19. Now the deeds of the flesh are evident, which are immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strifes, jealousy, outbursts of anger, disputes, dissensions, factions, envy, drunkenness, carousing, and the other things. Okay. So, we also have to remember too, when the disciples, after the crucifixion, were trying to fill Judas's office. What do? They draw lots. To try to determine God's choice. The idea here is that this was not a truly random thing. They didn't believe lots were random. They believed that those things were there was providence. There was providence behind random events. So they're going to be the disciples are going to use lots. The high priest is going to use a kind of divination. So there's divination that's going on here, but there's some that are prescribed. But it's also not black magic. And the reason why it's not black magic is because these were seen as sanctioned processes. Now, we don't need to do that today because we have a direct line to the Father through prayer, through Jesus Christ. God has rent the veil. So it's not so much that magic doesn't work. It's that it's now unnecessary. So there's nothing that says that magic stopped working. It's more or less that you don't need it anymore because you have a direct line to the Father through prayer. So, we wouldn't never recommend today that anyone would do even these sanctioned practices. Again, they've been superseded. They're obsolete now. So, It's not so much that it died with Jesus, it's that it's been um that you no longer need it because of Jesus. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mechanique. Election on the way. I wish we could vote with lots. Oh boy. Okay. I probably couldn't do worse. Yeah, you probably couldn't do worse with lots. You probably couldn't do worse with sheep entrails, to be honest. Yeah, just the towing cost. Yeah, probably just as good. Okay. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Question groundhog related. Just to let you guys all know, groundhog is right now currently down. We've had a problem with our certificates because of out of date OS software. So I have to do some upgrades, and until those upgrades get done, Groundhog's not going to be functioning. So just to keep that in mind. But he asks, if Moses was born by the beginning of I's reign, how old would he be by the time of the Exodus? Roughly 1275 BC. I think the Exodus is probably more closer to 1265. All right. Now, I'm just going to pull up I here, and just to get a good date here. I do have some screenshots of this, so I'm going back and using those. So I came to the throne in okay. I came to the throne around 1324. Okay, so 1324. That's just some simple math. Okay. If Moses was born at the beginning of I's reign, which is 1324, and the Exodus is around 1265, he would have been about 59. So roughly about 59. He could have been as since I reigned 4 years, he could have been between 55 and 59 years old. Okay? So that's probably the best guess that we can have here, is that between 55 and 59. So he's in his late 50s, essentially. Which would make sense. It would make sense. Okay. All right, next super chat here is from JCM. Jeez. Says ChatGPT said 125 years old. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, never trust ChatGPT. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Oh. That's wrong on so many levels. Chad GPT. Yep. We all remember Chad GPT. He's a piece of legend channel lore too. Count of Mercy, so he's middle-aged. Yeah, he was middle-aged. Oh, boy. Jonathan Walker, again, that's assuming he wasn't born during Horemheb. Yeah, that is assuming that he wasn't born during Horemheb. But the height of that paranoia happens during Ai's reign. Okay, we got to keep that in mind too. Okay. Um, so we have to keep in mind that Ai starts this war. He starts that war with the Hittites, and that's the height of the paranoia. That's the height of the paranoia between the Hittites and the Egyptians, is during that 4-year reign of Ai. Evil Ai, yeah. 99 by the end of the Sinai Wandering. Yeah, about between 95 and 99. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. The next one from JCM. What did Jesus mean in Matthew 16:28? Let's go to Matthew. Matthew 16:28. All right. We'll start verse 27 here. For the Son of Man is going to come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and will then recompense every man according to his deeds. Truly I say to you, there are some of those who are standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Okay. Now, it's not that they won't die, but won't taste death. Okay? Now, that whole tasting of death thing is a very odd passage anyway. Okay? And that's usually what's going to be coming in his glory. Now, there's a couple things coming in his glory. There's a few, some have basically said this is his resurrection and his ascension. Okay? And some have basically said, okay, this is because this is where God manifests his glory. Okay? Okay. So he's giving you an amphibole here. He's giving you an amphibole. He's giving you two sort of things said at the same time, and this is common in biblical literature. So there's the where he returns in the glory of his Father with his angels. But there's also him coming into his kingdom. And they're not the same. So he's giving you two events here, sort of coupled side by side, where he talks about his return, but also his coming in his kingdom. And that's seen as the resurrection. The resurrection and the glorification of the Son. That happens at 3 days after the crucifixion. So there's that truism that some will still be alive when he's basically saying, okay, my glorification isn't far away. It's not far away. Very near. Some of you guys are even going to see it. Some of you are even going to see the fact I'm resurrected. And you're going to see me ascend into the heavens, because 500 people saw him. 500 people saw him ascend to heaven. Okay? So that's where the Son of Man coming into his kingdom begins, is the resurrection. Resurrection is where his kingdom begins, and the ascent into his glory is to come into his kingdom. So some of them are going to see that. But there's also this other eschatological event where, he's going to come down from the Father with his angels. Okay? So, what's that term again? It's called amphibole. I'll spell it in here. amphibly. Okay. Yeah, it's a cool term. It's a cool term. You don't see it. You should see this more often. It's basically saying two things at the same time. One statement, two references. It's a common feature of ancient Near Eastern literature. You see it in Egyptian literature, you see it in Israelite literature. It's a very common feature. A lot of prophecy is amphibly. So we see this often. Very often. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hey, Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. You mentioned two spirit critters, Seraphim and Cherubim, two chaos monsters, Leviathan and Behemoth, that you would like an art form. If I made them, would you like me to post it on my YouTube and tag it to you? Post it to our Discord. That way we can actually take a look at it properly. So, yeah, post it to our Discord. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Discord, the link is in the description. It's our community where we go and we talk about other things after the fact. It's not a golden ticket to get questions answered from me, okay? So just keep that in mind. Okay? But it is a chance to have more community after the live stream's over. So this is where we sort of post our things that are just not appropriate, or I should say not appropriate, but not that we can't really do on YouTube. Like, for example, discussions about our upcoming D&D game in November. You know, so that's all done on Discord. Our writer's workshop, all done on Discord. So all of that is all done through the Discord server. So if you want to post that stuff, the best place to post it is Discord. Okay. So if you post it on Discord, I will probably see it. Because I lurk on Discord all the time. I don't always comment on my Discord server, but I do lurk. I've been very busy this month, so I haven't had much time to comment on it, though. This is September and October are the months academics really write. Okay, this is where we do all our writing. So, okay, Jack Ray gifted 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for that that generous support of our channel. We really appreciate it. Next one here is from N. Japonis Conrafi for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, do you have a Bible portion that breaks you, so to speak? An example for me, the whole Isaiah 53 channel always brings me to tears. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's any section of the Bible that really brings me to tears. Yes, Isaiah 53 is a very touching. It does sort of do that, has that effect on a lot of people. I'm not that an emotional reader. I tend to be very introverted, so for me, I don't tend to usually have that reaction, that sort of deep emotional reaction to passages like that. So, Jonathan Walker says, I always like the parable of the prodigal son. That's a very interesting passage and very misunderstood too. I like that passage. I like that passage a lot, but most people don't understand it. It has absolutely it's almost always preached like it's about prodigal people. It's not. It's not about prodigal people at all. It's about Gentiles. It's about Gentiles. And very few people get that. In fact, I heard a recent sermon on the prodigals, parable of the prodigal son, and unfortunately, uh, there was a slip up there. Yeah, it's all about Gentiles and the Gentiles being grafted back into the kingdom of God. So I think a lot of people, and this was what was so scandalous about the parable of the prodigal son. It was the Jews being told, "Hey, you're the elder brother. You're the elder brother. You're selfish. You're selfish as the elder brother because you don't want your younger brother back, the Gentiles." So yeah, they were not happy with that. Not happy with that at all. Unfortunately, in the West, we tend to personalize this parable and think it's about us. No, it's not about us. It's about bigger things. It's about nations and the world. Jack Ray says, I guess there was some popcorn involved in listening to that sermon. I try to be polite about those things. I don't try to embarrass pastors with their sermons. I've had to do it on a couple occasions, and I don't like doing it. Okay. Oh. Oh, there was one guy. There was one guy. Oh my gosh. Um. There's been a few I've had to correct. Okay. One guy I could tell he tried to quote an Akkadian hymn, and it's like, wow, this is so bizarre. No Akkadian sounds like this. I asked him where he got it from. He said, "Oh, Wikipedia." Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. It's like, oh boy. There was another guy who did his whole sermon on the word when in a passage of the Old Testament. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, when is almost never in the text. It's supplied by the translator most of the time. So he did this whole sermon on this critical word when. And it's like, Pastor, can you actually read Hebrew? He goes, oh, no. I said, I could tell. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, ouch. Oh. So there's been a few I've had to haul up, but I try not to do that. I don't think that's helpful. I would rather a pastor, come to me ahead of time and say bounce something off of me. Jonathan Walker. I bet he loved that. Oh yeah, he loved that all right. Oh yeah. He loved that about as much as a rattlesnake in a toilet. Yeah. I would prefer that when pastors, sort of go beyond their abilities, that they would like bounce it off of me first, just so they wouldn't do that. But hey, yeah,
Very smart pastors here. Ask questions.
yeah.
Yeah, and you're the bitch.
I Yeah, that's my producer said. We kind of wish our pastors would use the resources that are in their congregation. Uh, but most pastors won't. Most pastors won't. Um, Either they don't have the time to do it, or they're not that interested in doing it, or some. Most of the time, it's one of those two. But yeah, it's just like wow. And look, I get the whole pastor gig. You know, it's tough. It's hard to be a pastor. You know, it's hard to be a pastor and I mean, you're managing a small corporation essentially. You're basically um you're basically running a $10 million corporation. You're managing employees. You're dealing with committees. Um, and often pastors don't really have time with all those other obligations to attend to the preaching. And I think this is really unfortunate because pastors should attend to their preaching first. That's their first call. Next up, Dr. Falk writes a book, How to Make Friends. Yeah. Yeah. Um yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that book would sell real well. Yeah. So but I would rather a pastor, hit me up an email, and say, "Hey, I'm about to preach this. Is there anything wrong with it?" And it's like, "Okay. Uh here's some constructive criticism." Everyone wins when that happens. But most pastors won't do that. Most won't do that. So, um, so I think this is unfortunate. I think our congregations suffer because pastors don't attend to the preaching. But I think there's yeah. And Japon's Conrafe. Sometimes it's a pride problem. I don't need no stinking Bible commentary. I got the Spirit with me teaching me. Sure, buddy.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of it.
It's the Holy Spirit's.
Yeah. Well, I heard one pastor. One pastor said this, and I couldn't believe this when I heard this. Um, who said, I don't need the Bible at all because I'm closer to the source." What? What? Yeah, it was hard to believe he actually said that. I could not believe he said that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need the Bible anymore because I'm closer to the source. Whoa. Jesus is in his living room. Well, he's reduced it to a docetic kind of relationship where he's just going by the Holy Spirit, supposedly. Holy Spirit. So he doesn't need the Bible anymore because he's got the Holy Spirit. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the worst preaching I've ever heard came from that guy. Horrid preacher. Not just bad, horrid. It was weird too. Emily Tedesco, yikes, sounds new agey even. Oh yeah. I mean, I remember him talking about the Babylonian exile. And he says, and he's halfway through the sermon on this Babylonian exile passage. And he says, I have no idea. He's got a map of Babylon in the Middle East up on the wall with the Babylonian exile, and up on the screen. And he says, "Well, I don't know what date the Babylonian exile took place when Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem, and the date's right on the map. The date was on the map. It was right there. All he had to do was read the map." One, too holy to read. Yeah. Don't need no stinking reading. Just ask Kip. He doesn't read. Jack Ray, have you not read? Oh boy. I mean, a lot of this comes down to people don't read. So, what can you do about that? So, you try your best. You hope. You hope they'll come around to it, but eventually, sometimes, a pastor's going to have to pick up a Bible or commentary and read. And there's really nothing more you can do about that. So, okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. Slammer, and even Jesus read the Old T. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What did first century Christians believe? Did they believe in the Trinity? Did they believe he was God? Okay. That's a really open-ended question, by the way. There was a first century Christians had a diversity of opinions on almost every imaginable subject. They did seem to believe in Trinity. They did believe that Jesus was God. That seems to be the universal of first century Christianity. Now, they had troubles reconciling Trinity with the Shema. Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God, the Lord is one. Okay, so that was more the question of the early churches. How do we reconcile the Shema with the Trinity? So there's going to be debates over how to reconcile the two. But they definitely believed Jesus was God. Clearly believed it. And the Megiddo mosaic basically shows that by the 3rd century, Christians were believing that Jesus was God. So, but on other matters, they had a diversity of opinions. It's too broad of a question to answer to this in just one blanket statement. But as far as your other two questions, did they believe in a Trinity? Yes. The earliest reference to the Trinity is in the 2nd century with Theophilus of Antioch. And they did, from the various earliest times of the church fathers, they claimed a belief in Jesus Christ as God. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Does begotten mean the same thing in Hebrew? How does the church councils use that term, i.e., eternally begotten of the Father? Okay. The church fathers are a little confused with the whole begotten thing at times, so we have to be really kind of careful here. The term for begotten in Hebrew is yeled, and it's really vague. That whole beget, because a grandfather can beget a grandson. So it's incredibly vague. Okay. So it's really tough to sort of to nail down that whole begotten thing, because yella does not always mean father to son patrimony. Okay, it doesn't always mean that. Or even immediate biological descent. It could be several generations out. You could be 5 generations down and, David begat Jesus. Okay, that's the sort of relationship sometimes Yeled had. So we want to be very careful here. This is why, for example, when the church fathers talk about beget, they'll use, say, the Greek here monogenes instead, because that whole begetting is going to be much more precise in the Greek terminology than it's going to be in the Hebrew. So now, why did they choose the term eternally monogenes? That's the question here. That's because they're trying to deprecate any language that could imply Arianism. That's why they use this particular language. They're trying to get away from the idea that God was a created being, that he was made, like Arius of Alexandria suggested. That's the big Arian fallacy, or the Arian heresy. Okay? Arius of Alexandria preached for 20 years that Jesus was the first creation of God the Father. That Jesus wasn't God, he was a little God. He was a little God, he was a created being, and then he is then used to create the world. So that's the Arian heresy. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, he's going to be eternally monogenes. He's not just going to be monogenes, he's eternally. So that means from before creation itself, he was monogenes. He was made unique. He was unique. And it's part of his ontology that he's unique. So, no, Arianism minus Jesus possessed a man's body, two natures. It's not quite what they mean by Arianism, but okay. Jimmy, Yelad is a boy in Hebrew. It is in modern Hebrew. It is in modern Hebrew. But it's also, it was also to beget. It's a verb. So. Yeah, I think you're confusing Nestorianism and Arianism, Jonathan. But that's okay. No worries. So that's why they're going to use that language here of eternally begotten, is just to prevent that confusion. Basically, they're constructing the creeds in such a way to exclude any possibility that Arianism can be read out of it. Okay, so that's why they are really, really particular about the wording in the creeds, because those creeds, they know that there's Arians out there, that if they read these creeds and they could find any way to justify Arianism, they would. So that's why they're spelling it out like this. This is why eternally begotten of the Father. Begotten, not made. Very specific about this. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM $5. Don't go into the light, end quote. Is that a bad thing to say to a dying person? Depends if they're saved or not. If they're saved, probably not a bad thing. If they're not saved, probably a bad thing. Yeah, don't go into the light unless Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, and you've repented of your sins. Just saying. Just saying. If you're dying and you're not saved, well, you got still about 30 seconds to do this. Alexis, don't go unless. Yep. Don't do it. Okie dokie. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. You mentioned in a previous ICE live stream that tail like a cedar, Job 40:17, is a euphemism for behemoth's parts. Can you explain how you know? Source examples in literature, etc. Yeah. Land animals at that period of time, and we're talking here Iron Age. Okay, remember? Job is living in the Iron Age. Living in the Iron Age. Animals like that did not have tails like cedars. But their minds saw other things that looked like cedars to them. Okay? You'll find this in most commentaries too. Honestly, most commentaries will have this interpretation. So this is not a unique interpretation. Most commentaries will have this interpretation. So you can go to the commentaries and you can look this one up yourself, because it's everywhere in the commentaries. I'm not making this one up. So you're definitely you can research this one yourself. So hope that helps. Mechanique. Why would this be written in God's word? Super icky. Ew. This is the kind of people they were. This is the people. These were farming people. These were people of the land. Danny Dement, I picked a heck of a topic to come in on. You sure did. Jonathan Walker, I mean, Song of Solomon is so... Why should it be any different? Yeah. Emily Tedesco. Leviathan equals female. Behemoth equals male. Yeah. Hey, chaos monsters have gender too. Okay. That was entertaining. Francis Dobbs asks a member question. Do you have any thoughts on how the schism between Judaism and Christianity could have been prevented? I don't think it could have been prevented. Basically, in the first century, you had sort of two Judaisms, two Israelite religions. And I think it was Bear who talks about this in the he wrote a book called The History of Early Christianity. And there were two Judaisms, okay? And both of them were had different interpretations of Genesis 3:15. We'll just bring up that passage. Genesis 3:15. And the text says, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise you on the head, and you shall bruise him on the heel. Okay? Now, nobody really has written on the seed of the woman, in historic documents, okay? But there were two strains of early Israelite religion, of Second Temple period Israelite religion, that seem to have two different interpretations of the seed of the woman. One said, okay, the seed of the woman is going to be the upcoming Messiah. The other one said, the seed of the woman is the nation Israel. And both interpretations existed side by side for centuries. And it was never a problem. Okay? Both were seen as viable interpretations of that passage. Then, what happened was, Messiah came. Jesus Christ came, and all those Israelites that said, oh, the seed of the woman is Messiah. Here's Messiah. We follow him. And the other half said, well, seed of the woman, that's the nation of Israel. We'll follow our nationalistic identity. That didn't end so well for them. So I don't think the schism was preventable. It was one of those things that was part of Israelite religion. It was a difference that didn't cause friction until Messiah came. And once Messiah came, Israelite religion divided. Okay? Once one branch of Israelite religion became Rabbinic Judaism, one branch of Israelite religion became Christianity. So that's what's sort of going on here, because that schism was going to happen eventually anyway. But it just was that flashpoint around that the recognizing of Jesus Christ as the seed of the woman that caused the split to actually cohere. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker. Then Jesus came and everything changed. Oh, yes. Well, this is one of the things I think is really important when we talk about, say, something like eschatology. You know, here's the thing. Before the coming of Jesus Christ, nobody knew what the consequences were going to be. You know, in Second Temple period, people had thoughts about what Messiah was going to be like. People had thoughts that they were going to conquer the Romans or the Seleucids or whatever. Nobody had any idea of how the coming of Jesus Christ would transform the world. And it has radically transformed the world. It has done things in this world that nobody ever anticipated would happen. So, you know, I kind of get this, whenever I hear guys talk about eschatology and what the future of the world's going to be like, it's like, you don't know. You got no clue. If the first coming of Jesus Christ radically changed this world in every way, how much more will a second coming be? You know, it's gonna change this world in ways nobody can ever imagine. So, I think when we do stuff like eschatology, we have to be a little more humble about this, because when Jesus comes, everything changes. Nothing stays the same. And as my producer just said, he's made it a point to tell us that you're not going to be able to figure it out. Yeah. Anyone who claims to know is wrong. Jonathan Walker, everything changes again. Yep. Everything changes again. Okay. So, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat, or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here from JCM from $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was Simon of Cyrene an African black man? What happened to him? I don't know much about Simon of Cyrene, so I'm going to have to plead some of the ignorance here. There were several Africans among the church fathers. Simon of Cyrene was one of them. Cyrene was very much a Libyan city, so you know, there might have been African black men there. It could have been just also tribal Libyans. It's hard to say. There's also Julius Africanus. He's another church historian from the African continent. So, but I don't know much about Simon of Cyrene. I'd have to look it up to learn more. So anyway, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So he was at the cross, huh? Okay. Cyrene, Simon. Yeah, I don't know much about that passage. I'd have to look that up in the commentaries. If it's in the Bible, I'd have to look that up in the commentaries, because I'm not aware of that particular thing. Believe it or not, I don't know everything about the Bible. Okay. I don't know everything about the Bible. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why is it a man and not a woman joke? Actually heard a congressman say this. Oh no. Oh, congressman. Oh, please. Oh, gee. It's an old joke. Yeah, it's an old joke. Oh, boy. It's one syllable shorter. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Uh, by the way, I'm not bothered by this post-Davidic or post-Divide authorship of Judges and Ruth and Samuel, since that only be like 900 years at most after David. Yeah. He also adds, I only ask because your channel has helped me have a more nuanced and scholarly approach to these texts. Well, I appreciate that. Um, that's the point. That's the point of our channel, is to help you learn more about your Bible, help you learn more about your Bible in its historical context, and just, help you grow. Help you grow in knowledge and in faith. So I'm glad that we could help you out on this one. Thank you very much for those super chats. We really appreciate it, and we thank you for your support of the channel. It's been very helpful, especially at this particular time. Okay. The Bible Exegete, member for 12 months, asks a member question, or 1 year, yay! Well, we appreciate it. Thank you for all the work done here. You're welcome. Question: were frogs in Egypt sacred to the point that they didn't kill them? No, they killed frogs. Heard a quote on Dr. Imus's channel. Okay. Egyptians didn't kill sacred... Okay. Egyptians killed sacred animals. Frequently. A lot. Very much so. Okay. There were a lot of animals in Egypt that were sacred that they killed. Okay. They killed and mummified cats. Okay. They killed crocodiles. They were sacred. They were represented by the god Sobek. Oh, but they would kill them all the time. They would kill hippos. Hippos were represented by the god Tueret. Okay? But oh boy, whenever they got the opportunity to kill a hippo, they took it. Yeah. To Emily Tedesco, hadn't they found millions of mummified ibises? Yes, they did. They would capture them. They'd catch them and mummify them. So they would set traps for them. Dossman, ibises are jerks. Laugh out loud. Yes, they are. Hey, honey, didn't you have an encounter with an ibis? My producer says she had an encounter with an ibis in Sydney Park. It tried to steal her sandwich and got it. So they are jerks. Totally. Okay. So no, frogs were represented the goddess of magic Hecate. Okay, but that didn't prevent them from being killed. Okay, they would kill anything that was a nuisance. Okay, so if frogs started swarming on land, they'd kill them. They would kill crocodiles. Same reason. They'd kill hippos. Same reason. Okay. So I think Imus is wrong here. Okay, she's clearly wrong. They killed ibises that were just jerks, but not really a nuisance, by the hundreds and thousands. Okay. Where does he say that? 33. Okay. Dosman says here, not the Hindu kind of sacred. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not the Hindu kind of sacred at all. Oh, they would often kill animals, sacrificing them and mummifying them. This was often done. Yeah. Yeah, the god didn't get offended either. You know, sacrificing a sacred animal in Egypt was not an offense to a god. It just wasn't. They would sacrifice cattle all the time. Sacred cattle. Well, this is one of the things that was interesting is that the Serapis bull, okay? The Serapis bull, the Nevis bull, all those bulls, sacred bulls, who were seen as incarnations of the deity. The Serapis bull was seen as the incarnation of Osiris. This was the physical manifestation of Osiris on planet Earth. What did they do? After that bull turned 20, they would sacrifice that bull, partially consume that bull, and then mummify the rest of it. So it was never seen as an offense to kill a sacred animal. Okay? Now, some animals were allowed to live a lot longer than others. Okay? That's been delicious. Beef, yummy. So, Jonathan Walker, worshippers killing the animal that represents you. I think they want me dead. Maybe. It would make you paranoid, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, they'd have no problems killing an animal that they thought was a nuisance. They kill scorpions all the time. That's the goddess Serket. Okay? That was the goddess Serket. So, you know, that happens, you know, they'd kill scorpions all the time. It was a nuisance. They were nuisances. If frogs came on the land, they kill them too. They're a nuisance. You know, kill crocodiles because they're deadly and dangerous. Kill hippos because they're deadly and dangerous. So, you know, they killed falcons as they caught and killed falcons as mummified sacrifices to the goddess Horus. So, yeah. Dossman, imagine not killing scorpions in the desert. Yeah. Heather asks, yeah, but what about killing sacred animals outside of their rituals, non-dangerous? Kill them too. They'd kill them too. You know, they would kill rams like which were considered sacred of Amun-Re, and eat them. You know, more so in the Middle Kingdom, but you know that was part of it. So yeah, they would kill non-dangerous animals outside of their tradition that were still considered sacred. The Egyptians had no problems with this. So yeah, and they would eat them essentially. If they were good to eat, they would eat them. If they weren't, they were just discarded. I'm not sure about the frogs if they ate the frogs, but I would imagine they would. You know, take off the legs. You know, those are good eats. They probably ate the hippo, and they probably ate the crocodiles too. Yeah, very interesting meat. Yeah, frog legs are yummy. I like frog legs. They're tasty. Haven't had them since we lived in Milwaukee, but they were good. They were very good. Very tender. Greasy meat. Really, really yummy. Okay. Okay, Count of Marcy asks, did the Egyptians use the bow and arrow? Yes, they did. And they've used the bow and arrow since Neolithic period. Okay? So, goes way back. In fact, one of the interesting things about the bow and the arrow in the Neolithic period in Egypt is they have these massive fork-shaped arrowheads. I mean, they're big arrowheads, big, heavy arrowheads. Quite remarkable. I mean, clearly these were done for hunting. But, yeah, wow. We're still not done with the super chats yet. Let me check. I didn't see it. I don't see it. We did answer one from Juan. We did answer one of his earlier. If that's the one, just check here. Pretty sure I did. Check it though. Jonah, if it's the Jonah question, we already answered it. Yeah. Yeah. If it's the Jonah question, yes, we've already answered it. Okay. Back to... Okay, so yeah, Carmen Imes is wrong. They did kill sacred animals all the time, and they would have had no problem killing frogs. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Matthew 10, 39 to 34 to 39, is sword equals separation. Part of God's promise to separate the woman from the seed of the serpent, Genesis 3:15. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Matthew. Okay. Start verse 34 here. Do not think that I came to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemies will be the members of his household. He who loves father and mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life shall lose it, and he who has lost his life for my sake shall find it. Okay. Yeah, you could say in a way that the sword here is separation. And he's using very evocative language. So he's basically saying, yeah, okay, you follow me, it can end up ruining your family relationships. That's the price. That's the price of discipleship. So that's kind of what's going on here, is that if you want to follow Christ, there's a price. There's a price. There's a cost to discipleship. And you might lose your family relationships over this. And this has happened many, many times. So it's worth it. Yeah. Absolutely. I agree with W. Dossman. It's worth it. You know, he has the words of life. This is why we pick up our cross and follow him. And that's what when he says, you know, pick up your cross and come follow me. Because there is a burden, there is a cost, a price tag to following Jesus. And some of that price tag is sometimes, you know, there's going to be enmity between father and son, daughter and mother, daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. So, and verse 36, and a man's enemies will be members of his household. So, yeah, it absolutely uses this. So, I think that's a fair I mean, it's a symbol that here the sword is being used as a metaphor for strife, for separation, for enmity. Basically, it's going to cause you to be Christ is going to be that sword that divides you from other human relations, but it's worth it in the end. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Berman Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is the meaning of 1 Corinthians 8:13 and Romans 14:13 to 23? Okay. This sounds vaguely familiar, but let's look it up. 1 Corinthians 8:13. All right. Yeah, I thought so. Therefore, if food causes my brother to stumble, I will never eat meat again, that I might not cause my brother to stumble. Okay. And then Romans 14. All right. Therefore, let us not judge one another anymore, but rather determine this. Do not put an obstacle in a stumbling path in a brother's way. I know that I am convinced in the Lord that nothing is unclean in itself, but to him who thinks anything to be unclean, it is to him unclean. For if the food of your brother is hurt, or if because of food your brother is hurt, you no longer are walking in accordance to love. Do not destroy with your food him for whom Christ died. Therefore, do not let what is good for you a good thing be spoken of as evil. For the kingdom of God is not eating and drinking, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Spirit. For if he who in this way serves Christ is acceptable to God and approved by men, so then let us pursue the things which make for peace and the building up of one another. Do not tear down the work of God for the sake of food. All things indeed are clean, but they are evil for the man who eats and gives offense. It is good not to eat meat or to drink wine or to do anything by which your brother stumbles. The faith which you have as your own conviction before God. Happy is he who does not condemn himself in what he approves, but he who doubts is condemned if he eats, because he is eating it not from faith, and whatever is not from faith is sin. All right. Here's what's going on here. You have freedom to eat as you like and to drink. Okay? Yes, this includes alcoholic beverages. Alcoholic beverages are not banned by the Bible. Okay? But there are some for whom this is a stumbling point. Now, back in the first centuries of the church, when paganism was still really rife, okay? Pagan temples would have sacrifices. They would do the sacrifices of meat. And then what they would do is they would sell that meat on the open market. Okay? So, you could go to the market and buy meat. But you didn't always know where that meat came from. You had no idea where that came from. Did that come from a pagan temple? Was that just from your local butcher? You didn't know. Okay? Was this organic farm-raised meat? Or was this Aphrodite pagan meat? Oh yeah, they must have had some really crazy labels back then. Certified Aphrodite.
Girl Scout cookies with real Girl Scouts.
Girl Scout cookies with real Girl Scouts. Okay, so some people, some Christians, took up the practice of not eating any meat because they did not want to risk eating something that had been sacrificed to an idol. Now, Paul is basically saying here that, and in the epistles, that an idol's nothing. If you buy meat off the market and you don't know where it comes from, it's just meat. But for some people back then, it was a temptation back into idolatry. eating the meat from idols was seen as being, okay, we're going back to the idolatry. So what Paul here is saying is, don't let your freedom to eat anything or drink as you please cause your brother to stumble back into idolatry. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Okay? So basically, Paul's saying, if what I eat causes anybody to fall back in idolatry, I'll never eat meat again. That's what he is saying. So he's being very careful about his freedom. Now, he's not saying he doesn't eat meat. He's not saying that at all. He's saying, if I cause my brothers to stumble back into idolatry, I will also stop eating meat, because I don't want anyone to stumble that God shed his precious blood to save. Okay? So, now, this has been abused by the weaker brother. Okay?
It's not even the weaker brother.
Yeah.
It's people who are equally as old in the faith.
Yeah.
Just sticking their foot out.
Yeah. I'm not going to repeat that. Okay. But this has been exploited to try to manipulate people. And that's an equally wrong use of the passage. Okay? But this is talking not about, say, people who think that it's just morally wrong to eat meat, although that could apply here too. This is particularly in the context of idolatry. Okay? So that's what it's meaning here, is that you don't want to use your freedom to cause someone to stumble back into idolatry. And if that means don't eat meat in front of your weaker brother, don't do it. So don't abuse your freedom. You have freedom. Don't abuse it. Don't flaunt it. Do it discreetly. Do it in your home.
And again, there's a lot of churches that say if you become a leadership, not that drinking is wrong.
Yeah. I mean, we still use this today. Like alcohol. Alcohol is often treated in the same regards here, that it causes people to stumble. So there are people out there where, you shouldn't use alcohol. You shouldn't use alcohol in front of them because it causes them to stumble. So, there's nothing wrong with you discreetly having alcoholic drink in your home. But you wouldn't want to take a flask to a church supper and church potluck and get soused there.
Because everybody will ask for
Yeah, because everyone will ask for a swig. Jack Ray. Alcohol causes some to stumble when they step off the sidewalk. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. So again, it's just common sense. It's courtesy. It's courtesy and common sense. And that's really what Paul is calling for here. There's courtesy and common sense.
But after what do we do?
Well. So again, that's one of those things that I think is really important here. It's just courtesy and common sense and being sensitive to a brother who might have a weakness in this regard. I did see something here. Back here. Heather WP. I had always heard that pork was particularly linked to sickness. Actually, it wasn't. We now know that there was no trichinosis in the ancient Near East or Europe. Trichinosis is a New World disease. Okay, trichinosis is a New World disease. So pork in the ancient world was not linked to sickness. The reason why pork was deprecated, was forbidden for, say, Israelites and Egyptians, was because it polluted waterways. That was the reason. If you had a waterway, if you had a well, a canal, any pig farming would pollute it. So it was more of an agricultural taboo than it was actually a something that would make you sick. Even today, almost all the cases of trichinosis happen in North America. I think the last case of trichinosis was actually in the 1990s, and it was actually had to do with cougar jerky. Somebody ate some roadside cougar jerky. Yeah, don't get your cougar jerky from the roadside, okay? You don't know where it came from. Um, Pigs today, pig farming in North America is so clean and and sanitary that there's even no risk of trichinosis from pigs today. No risk, virtually none. If you've ever been to a pig farm today, gosh, it looks like more like a laboratory than a farm. I mean, it's like white walls. Each pig's in its own pen. It's sealed with plexiglass. You have to put on like one of those hazmat bunny suits. You put liners over your shoes and wear masks. It's really like that. So it's crazy how clean pig farming is today. So, but anyway, the ancients didn't deprecate pork because of illness. It had nothing to do with illness. So, I hope that helped. Yeah, I said that already. Yeah, Jack Ray, don't get jerky from cookies. Risky living. Yeah. Blue Dog says we get Mexican tamales for sale where we are with Mexican pork. Oh, I bet those are delicious. Yeah, I bet those are delicious. I miss tamales. There's a little shop on the way home that I walk past. That's a Mexican place. It's a tamale shop. Yeah, there's a new one now. I know. Okay. Blue Dog, are Mexican pig farms okay? I was in the case of Mexican pig farms, I'd still cook them to well done. Okay. I just know that in Canada and the US, the pig industry is highly regulated. Highly regulated. Okay, next one here is from Mechanique. Jude verses 6 and 14 are surely eschatological, but similar might be verse 9 be a look at a man's fate from spiritual warfare perspective as Eastern Orthodox believe. Okay, let's look at that. Jude 6 says, and angels who did not keep their domain but abandoned their proper abode has kept eternal bonds under darkness for the judgment of the great day. Okay. And then 14 is, and these also about these also Enoch in the 7th generation from Adam prophesied, saying, behold, the Lord is coming, came with thousands of his holy ones. Okay. And then verse 9. But Michael, the archangel, when he disputed with the devil, argued about the body of Moses, did not dare pronounce against him railing judgment, but said, the Lord rebuke you. Okay. It could be. It could be. It's hard to say exactly here. I'm not sure one way or the other on this one. A perspective of spiritual warfare is possible here. I can't say one way or the other here, but it's possible. Possible. It's too vague for me to really sort of nail that down. So unfortunately, the question here is very vague. So I have a difficult time answering vague questions like this. But it's possible. It's a possible interpretation. But this is true of a lot of these passages too. There's more than one interpretation for most of them. So I think this is one of those situations where church tradition will color how you interpret the passage. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Paul for 1999. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of the bronze sword with markings of Pharaoh Ramses II unearthed in Egypt? I think it's a beautiful piece. Beautiful piece. It's got, I mean, the markings are very clear. It's a beautiful piece. I'm taken with it. I'd like to look at it a little closer. I've got to get some more photographs of it, but yeah, it's a beautiful piece. It's a straight sword, not something you find often in bronze swords. So yeah, I've liked what I've seen about it so far, but I would like to look at that a little closer before I make any too many other comments about it. All right, Jack Ray gifted the channel 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Again, thank you very much for the for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And then he adds this member question: gifted infinite Egypt in the Bible memberships. I don't think it actually allows that. Just saying. But I do appreciate the support of the channel. Thank you so very much. We do very much appreciate it. Okay, we just got through. That's the last of the super chats. We'll take a yeah, sad. Okay. We're gonna take 2 non-super chats, and then we're gonna call it a night because it's already after midnight. We are not gonna go with 5 hours like we did last time. Sorry about that. Not gonna happen this time. So let's get 2 non-super chats, and then we'll call it a night. So what we got? We're gonna do 2. And the reason we're going to do 2 is because we've answered a lot along the way. Pass that on that. That's more of an apologetics question. Jonathan Walker. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Well, sure, we'll take that. Okay, 7:57, huh? 7:57? I don't see it. Okay. 7 p.m. Okay. 7:57 p.m. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Got it. All right. Emily Tedesco asks a 2-part question. Semitic Gimel and the Greek Gamma are thought to have their origins in the throw stick hieroglyph. Okay. As used as a determinative referring to a foreigner or foreign territory. I understand that ancient Egyptian throwing sticks were mainly used for fouling, so what's the connection to foreigners? Okay, here's the connection. It is used as one of the determinatives for foreigners. And the presumption here is that even though the Egyptians used throwing sticks as, we call them boomerangs, for fouling, they picked this up from nomadic peoples that went through Egypt. Okay? So this is one of those determinatives that has become synonymous with foreigners. And it was seen as a foreign object. Now, that doesn't prevent them from using it. A lot of technology that came into Egypt was from foreign sources. Okay, throwing sticks is one of them. Chariots is another. So, um, this would be something that had a foreign origin that became associated with foreigners, even though they also used this technology themselves. Okay? So, that's the connection here. Now, whether or not um uh the schema and the gamma come from the throw stick is kind of an open question. It's possible. In fact, I think it's probably likely. Orly Goldwasser has done a lot of work on this, and I think a lot of this, you can go to her work and you can see how these glyphs sort of convert over into alphabetic texts. Okay, but um, but that's the connection with foreigners, is that they were using this technique for fouling in the Delta. We have to kind of understand that in the Old Kingdom, not a lot of Egyptians lived in the Nile Delta. Not a lot of them. They kind of treated the Nile Delta as Egypt's larder, a source of food in an emergency, but they didn't actually go there and live there themselves. So this is their hunting grounds. Hunting grounds in the case of famine or drought. But what happened was during the first intermediate period, you started getting foreigners coming through, and there had always been foreigners coming through, but there was always some foreigners who they would bring in their tools, they'd bring in their hunting gear, and the boomerang was used all across Africa. Okay, so the throwing stick or the boomerang was synonymous with foreign peoples. So that's the connection to foreigners. Hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. And you can even see this, for example, this determinative used on the Merneptah victory stela, where it talks about Israel, and it uses that determinative, that throwing stick determinative, to symbolize that this is a foreign people group. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question.
Last one.
Oh, let's not do that one. Okay. That would take too long to answer. That seems long, yeah. Okay. I'll find one here to pick. So I'm going to scan for one more question here, and then call it a night. Yeah, we've answered most of them, so if I don't find one, I'm good with this. I'm going to do one more scan here, see if I can find something that's interesting. Ah, boy. 3 p.m. in Southeast Asia, huh? No, going through all the top 10 archaeological discoveries would just take a long time to do. Harry, we might do a Monday video on that one, but that's really too long to answer in a super chat here, or in a question here. I'll answer this one. Okay. Kind of going to be an anticlimactic one, but Harry Tepek asks, was sign language used in ancient Egypt? Okay. The answer is yes and no. This is a yes and no answer. Okay. They did have a kind of sign language. They do, but at the same time too, it wasn't fully developed. Okay, so they didn't have, say, a sign language for the deaf per se, but they did use hand signs a lot. So there does appear to be some kind of sign language used in Egypt, but it wasn't really for the deaf per se. Okay. So what would happen is if you were born deaf, you would have to sort of get along with this limited, just like we would have like the okay or the thumbs up. They had those sorts of gesture signs. And they had a lot of them. Like there's one where they had two fingers pointed down called Nini. It was kind of a welcoming gesture. Yeah, it's offensive in most cultures, but not in Egypt. Things are strange in Egypt. Yeah. So, so yeah, they had a kind of sign language, but it wasn't fully formed. It's not something that you could converse in, but somebody who was deaf or hearing impaired could use that if to do some limited communication. Okay, so hope that helps. And that's gonna be our final question of the night. I want to thank Jack Ray, who gave us 10 more Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. With that said, we want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We want to, again, we want to encourage you, if you want to go on that Egypt and the Bible tour, please sign up for it, because the deadline's coming up quickly. So we would absolutely encourage you to join us. It's going to be a blast. Okay. We also want to thank those who support us tonight through your super chats. Basically, that's the majority of our income, so we appreciate that. That helps us to write books, and books help get the message out. So we appreciate that because it helps us to do other things. We also want to thank our YouTube subscribers and our Patreon subscribers, the membership subscribers, because you guys help repair equipment. We're having to do repairs again, this time to the firewall. So we want to appreciate that. We really, really appreciate the helping us fund those repairs. It's a channel like this does require constant maintenance, so we appreciate your guys' support. Finally, we want to say thank you to our regular subscribers who watch our videos, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share the URLs of our videos to other social media platforms, because it's really you who get the message out.
The new person who found it in the comments.
Yeah, so definitely comment on other media, because if you comment on other media, that helps other people know that we exist. So with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope you had a good time. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.